What if Naruto Reborn as son of Artemis Part 2? Naruto was dying. Kurama had a jutsu to save him. The only problem? It didn't quite work as intended. And now Naruto is reborn in a world where gods and monsters roam the lands. Thankfully, this time around, he has a mother with the most striking silver eyes, the same color as the moon. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Now let's begin with the story. The prophecy the oracle just gave sounded ominous, even though it reminded Naruto of Apollo's poetry. Wait. The oracle is simply the medium through which Apollo gives his prophecies. Which meant that was Apollo's poetry. Naruto's eye twitched as he suddenly felt unclean. Has that ever happened before? Nico asked excitedly, pointing at the oracle. Chiron glanced at him, distracted. Oh, you mean the floating oracle? No, never. Will we get to see it float back? Nico stared intently at the oracle, as if expecting it to take flight at any moment. Chiron opened his mouth to speak but froze. That, he began cautiously, is a really good question. Immediately, everyone looked at the oracle. It didn't move, just sat there on the rock. I don't like where this is going, Percy muttered. Chiron clapped his hands together cheerfully. All right, campers. Looks like the oracle is going to remain an inanimate mummy for now, so I need 2 volunteers to carry her back. Anyone? The campers all determinedly avoided Chiron's gaze. Chiron frowned. Really? Come on. Being a hero isn't all about slaying monsters, you gotta do the mundane work as well. It builds character. Every camper smartly kept their silence. Chiron sighed. Oh, very well. He pulled out a pile of sticks from his pouch. Let's draw straws. The campers all groaned. Chiron, this isn't fair. Connor yelled. The oracle came out by herself, why can't she get herself back? Did you just volunteer? Chiron asked with a raised eyebrow. Connor smiled. Did you say draw straws? I am. In. Come on, gimme one. That's what I thought. One by one, the campers filed along and each drew a straw from Chiron's hand. Percy is the smallest, Travis snickered. Percy was too busy looking at his straw in horror to react to Travis. Oh gods. I don't want to touch that thing. Please. Please. He looked desperately at Chiron. This has to be a mistake. I can't do this. Fair is fair, Percy. Who has the second shortest straw? Speak up now, Chiron called. Grover bleated in despair, a forlorn look on his face and the second shortest straw in his hand. Why? Why me? I'm allergic to dead people. Chiron chuckled. Oh, if I had a drachma for every time I've heard that excuse anyway, off you go. The oracle isn't going anywhere by herself. As Percy and Grover walked over to the oracle with the same air as condemned men walking to the gallows, Naruto suddenly burst out laughing. Chiron looked at him, confused. Is everything alright, Naruto? I admit, today's events have been rather hectic. Naruto waved off his concerns, still chuckling. Oh, no, it's nothing. I just realized something. If you say so. Chiron shot him one last concerned glance. He's probably seen his fair share of demigods snapping, and announced to everyone, if you're a cabin leader, come to the big house. I'm calling an emergency council meeting. Everyone else, early winter lights out. Go back to bed. Yo, Nico, Travis called. I gotta go to this meeting. Can you show Naruto around? Nico nodded. Yup. Sweet. Oh, and there's a pack of cards on your bed. Travis gave Nico a meaningful glance as he walked to the big house. Keep it. Nico groaned exasperatedly. For the last time, poker is not better than mythomagic. Come on, Naruto, let's get away from this heretic. Naruto paused. Actually, Nico, I need to go talk to Chiron first. I want to join this quest. Nico's eyes grew impossibly wide. No way, he breathed. That's awesome. Good luck. I'll save you a bed. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Nico. Chiron simply stood there, gazing off into the distance, a serious expression on his face as the campers and hunters dispersed. He made a strange hand sign, a 3-fingered claw over his heart, then he pushed it outward, as if warding off something must be a centaur thing. Hey Chiron. Naruto said while approaching Chiron. Chiron turned and looked at him. Yes, Naruto. Can I come to the meeting? Naruto asked. Chiron shook his head. I'm afraid not. Please. No. You aren't a cabin leader. Lord Apollo sent me? No, wait, what? Chiron stared at Naruto incredulously. Are you for real? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Chiron's eyes widened slightly. Oh? Interesting. Very well, then. Follow me. Success. Naruto shot a smirk upwards where Apollo was undoubtedly watching him. Ha. Sucks, doesn't it, Lord Apollo? What are you gonna do about it? Hopefully, Apollo didn't hear that. He couldn't read thoughts. Right? That couldn't have possibly counted as a prayer. Naruto was probably going to pay for that later. Why did Lord Apollo send you? Chiron asked curiously as they made their way to the big house. Because Lady Artemis was captured, and Apollo is worried for her, so he sent me to join this quest to retrieve her, Naruto explained. No, you misunderstand. I'm well aware of Lord Apollo's affection for Lady Artemis. My question is, why did Lord Apollo send you? Naruto paused. Did you not see how I blocked Thalia's lightning bolt? Or kicked that Hunter Tiara girl to the ground? Oh gods, that sounds terrible when I put it that way. Chiron made a noise of understanding. I see. Forgive me, your young age makes it easy to forget the extent of your abilities. Sometimes, Naruto forgot that he had the appearance of a 10-year-old. At least Chiron didn't mention his height. Your small stature also masks your power. It's not my fault I'm short. He had been tall once. Before he had been reborn. Thank the gods he's aging at an accelerated rate. Oh no. Oh no. Naruto? Are you alright? Chiron asked concernedly. You just paled considerably. It's nothing, Naruto whispered. Did he have to go through puberty again? He shook his head in denial. There was no way. He'll find a solution. With magic, perhaps. He doesn't want to go through puberty again. May I ask what you had found so funny earlier? Chiron inquired. Naruto tilted his head. What are you? Oh. That. He smirked. I wouldn't call myself a master at seeing through the mist, but I'm adequate. And I'm almost certain that the straws were all the same size. Chiron's eyes widened before he chuckled. You are the first in a long time to see through it. You are correct, I manipulated the mist to make it so that Percy and Grover would be the ones to carry back the oracle. Why? Chiron shrugged. Why not? Fair enough. For future's reference, the hunter you sent to the ground was Zoe Nightshade. Please, do not refer to her as the Hunter Tiara girl. I'd like to avoid a major incident. Naruto grinned sheepishly. My bad. I already asked you once before, but in light of new information, I'll ask again. Naruto, do you know your Olympian parent? They reached the big house porch. Chiron backed up into his wheelchair, reverting to wheelchair form. No, Naruto answered. Chiron raised his left eyebrow. Really? He asked doubtfully. Really? Naruto nodded nervously. Chiron didn't seem convinced, but he didn't push further. Naruto walked and Chiron wheeled into the rec room. There was a ping-pong table in the middle, and the counselors were setting up chairs. Mr. D sat at one end of the table. He had materialized a leather couch for himself and was currently sipping from a can of Diet Coke and reading a wine magazine. Chiron wheeled over to sit next to him. At the other end, Zoe and Bianca were staring at the occupants of the room. Bianca looked confused and slightly nervous, while Zoe looked extremely disgruntled. Thalia, Grover, and Percy sat along the right and Beckendorf, Silena, and the Stahl brothers sat along the left. They all frowned when they saw Naruto walk in. Naruto. Percy spoke up. What are you doing here? Attending the meeting. Percy's frown deepened, but before he could say anything else, Zoe began the meeting. This is pointless. Naruto blinked. Okay then. There is no time for talk. Lady Artemis needs us. Zoe gazed around the room defiantly. We must leave immediately. And go where? Chiron asked innocently. West. Bianca said confidently. You heard the prophecy, 5 shall go west to the goddess in chains. West, Chiron repeated dryly. How specific? Artemis is being held hostage, Zoe continued. We must find her and free her. I can ready a group of hunters and leave immediately. Thalia rolled her eyes. Did you not hear the prophecy? Campers and hunters combined prevail. As much as I hate the idea, we have to work together. Naruto smiled. Teamwork. Kakashi-sensei would be so proud of the oracle. Zoe scowled. We do not need thy help. The prophecy says you do need our help. Chiron steepled his fingers together. Campers and hunters must cooperate. Unless you wish to go against the prophecy. That doesn't mean that a camper must go with us on the quest, Zoe said stubbornly. Campers could just be metaphorical for something else. Perhaps if we took some Hephaestus cabin-made weapons, it would count as combined. Chiron didn't even dignify that with a reply, instead just raising his eyebrows skeptically. Zoe held his stare for a moment before sighing. Very well. Chiron smiled serenely. I'm glad you agree. Now that you have fulfilled your moral obligation to argue against any form of cooperation with campers, let us proceed with analyzing the situation. Lady Artemis needs to be rescued immediately and without any delay, Bianca said. That's literally the situation. What else do we need to analyze? Zoe. Chiron said, aghast. What have you been teaching her? I know that she's new and all, but come on. She hasn't gotten to advanced questing yet. Zoe waved her hand. Bianca, when going on a quest, information analysis is essential to maximize the chances of success. We must first establish common facts and inferences so that everyone is on the same page. After all, if even one person is unaware of a vital fact, it could end badly. Advanced questing? Thalia asked. Hunters go on quests perhaps once a century. Why do you have a class for that? Zoe smirked. We have a class for everything. We're the hunters of Artemis, after all. And also, every few decades, Lord Apollo would visit and give us a prophecy personally. She paused. We don't know if they're real prophecies, but we still follow the just in case it's actually genuine. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Apollo. In any case, since we are forced to take the campers along with us, it's best to do the analysis right now with them, Zoe continued. Ah, understood, Bianca nodded. The winter solstice is in 5 days, an annual council meeting, Zoe stated. Dionysus groaned. Please, don't remind me. As if monthly meetings aren't bad enough. You won't believe how boring these meetings are. Nobody looked sympathetic. Artemis's presence at this meeting is critical. She has been one of the most vocal on the council alongside Lady Athena arguing for action against the Titans. Zoe's expression darkened but it cleared up so quickly, Naruto wasn't sure if it actually happened. If she is absent, then the gods will not decide on anything, and we will lose another year of war preparations, causing the gods to be entirely and utterly unprepared for the inevitable Titan uprising. Dionysus leaned forward. Oh? Is that your opinion of the gods? Zoe stared back, not intimidated in the slightest. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. Dionysus nodded. You're right, of course. I was just checking. The inefficiency of the council is almost amazing. Did you all know that I once had to sit through a 3-hour debate between Athena and Hephaestus on the basic rights of automatons? It was dreadful. Beckendorf straightened up. You know, that's actually a fascinating topic. After all, we are capable of giving automatons the ability to feel pain. But is that morally allowed? Is it even true pain? Dionysus glared at Beckendorf. Purple flames flickered within his eyes, and the scent of grapes filled the room, giving Naruto visions of insanity and madness. Did I ask? Beckendorf gulped. I'll shut up now. How wise of you. Chiron rubbed his chin. An even more pressing matter is that we must locate the monster Lady Artemis had been hunting. The bane of Olympus. Zoe's fingers tapped a disjointed rhythm on the table. Even with all the years I've spent hunting with Artemis, I do not know what this beast may be. Is it really that important? Travis asked. I mean, it's just a bane, right? That means that it's an enemy. Olympus has a lot of enemies. This monster will bring the downfall of Olympus, Percy said grimly. Thorn said it, and Artemis confirmed it. Naruto's eyes widened. What was this monster? This world's equivalent of the Baijuyut? Chiron sighed. I'm afraid that even with my many millennia's worth of knowledge, I do not know what it could be. Everyone turned to look at Dionysus. Dionysus glanced up from his wine magazine. What? Sir, you're a god, Thalia began. Surely you know. Dionysus sighed. I may be a god, but I'm a young god. Why would I care about all these ancient monsters? The only ones on the council who even bothers to keep track of them are Artemis, Athena, and Apollo. The rest, including me, don't really care. I can see why the council would be doomed without Artemis, Percy muttered. Quiet, unless you wish to experience the world through the eyes of a dolphin. Apollo? Seriously? Naruto asked incredulously. Dionysus paused. Well, okay, Apollo's only on the list because of his prophecy powers, and they're hit or miss most of the time, so I doubt he knows what this monster is. Naruto relaxed. Okay, good, good. If Apollo was actually responsible, then Naruto would have to check the skies because pigs will be flying. Chiron, you don't have any idea at all? Percy asked. I have ideas, Chiron responded. However, none of them make sense. It's not Typhon. If it was Typhon, then we would know. How would we know? Beckendorf asked. Did Dad build a detection system? Not quite, Chiron shook his head. If Typhon was loose, then we would know because the United States would suddenly be struck with a series of natural disasters, at least, according to the mortals. An unprecedented amount of destruction would occur. Oh. Quito would also certainly fit the description of the Bane of Olympus. However, if it had been stirring, then Poseidon would surely know. Quito, for all her power, doesn't exactly know the definition of subtlety. Chiron pursed his lips. The monster that Artemis was hunting is elusive. And I fear it may be even more powerful. There was a moment of silence at that declaration. Oh well, Chiron sighed. I doubt we will correctly guess the identity of the monster, so let us not waste any more time. One shall be lost in the land without rain, Thalia said. Deserts will be dangerous. There was a muttering of agreement. What? No. Naruto objected. Thalia turned to him in surprise. What do you mean? I don't think there's a desert in the US where it's never rained before. Little rain, perhaps, but the prophecy said land without rain, implying that it's never rained before, Naruto explained. It's much more likely that the prophecy is referring to a place where it's magically charmed to never rain. Oh, that makes sense, Thalia froze. Suddenly, everyone looked around nervously. Naruto frowned. What's the problem? Camp Half-Blood is a place magically charmed to never rain, Grover crunched on a cracker, eyes darting around anxiously. Percy sighed. Come on, guys. Don't you remember? It rained 2 years ago, when Zeus had gotten mad at me. A beat. I had forgotten about that, Chiron admitted. You see, a demigod had never enraged Zeus so much to the point of him making it rain. You have a gift, Percy. Gee, thanks. Not to mention the Titan's curse, Silena brought up. What could it be? Naruto's eyes narrowed when he saw Chiron and Zoe exchange a look of apprehension and fear. They knew something. I do not know for certain, but... Chiron trailed off when Zoe shook her head. If you do not know for certain, then let us move on, there's no time to waste. One shall perish by a parent's hand, Thalia said grimly. A heavy silence descended upon the table. Naruto glanced around, frowning. Why did everyone start looking at Thalia and Percy? Oh. They were children of the Big Three, and as much as Naruto hated it, there was a good chance that Zeus and Poseidon would strike them down before they reached 16. He clenched his fists. Anyway, Chiron redirected the conversation. Let us decide on the quest members. I will take 2 campers at most. Zoe stared at Chiron, daring him to challenge her. He wisely conceded with a nod of his head. Phoebe will come with me, she's my best tracker. Ah, the daughter of Ares. I remember her, Chiron smiled thinly. She had been the one to lead the charge against the campers when all-out warfare broke out when the camp began burning down. Zoe coughed. She already apologized for that. Isn't she the girl that hit me on the head? Travis asked cautiously. Zoe nodded. And she's the one who likes to take down people whenever they get 3 feet within her. Connor added. Yes, Zoe tilted her head. Why? Nothing. We saw her admiring this shirt earlier. Travis held up a big silver t-shirt that said Artemis the Moon Goddess, Fall Hunting Tour 2002 with a list of national parks underneath. It's a collector's item. You want to give it to her? Oh, that shirt looks awesome. Naruto said happily as he reached over and snatched it out of Travis's hand before he could react. Thanks, dude. Naruto, give that back. Travis snapped. Naruto inclined his head. I will, once you tell me why this shirt smells so weird. Connor froze before laughing nervously. What are you talking about? Zoe glared at the Stahl brothers. Naruto, please elaborate. I can smell blood on this shirt, but it's not normal blood. It has a trace of acidity, if you know what I mean. Zoe's eyes narrowed even more. Give me the shirt, Naruto. Naruto passed her the shirt. She examined it closely before sniffing it. I do not smell anything weird. See? Travis said triumphantly. It's nothing. Hey wait, what are you doing? Zoe experimentally stuck her pinky finger into the inside of the shirt and immediately jerked back, hissing in pain. Her finger steamed and turned red. Blood, Centaur blood. She turned to the Stahl brothers, who were grinning nervously. Oops. Did we grab the wrong shirt? Connor's eyes were wide, the very epitome of innocence. Zoe's hand blurred and a second later a hunting dagger embedded itself in the wall behind Travis. A small cut opened up on his cheek. Okay, that's not fair, he whined. Why me? Why didn't you go for Connor? You took one for the team. Connor patted Travis on the back. Don't worry. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Isn't Centaur blood poisonous? Bianca glared at the Stahl brothers. In fact, didn't it kill Heracles? Zoe's eyes flickered imperceptibly at the name. Whoa. Travis held up his hands defensively. We diluted the blood. At worst, it would have made her break out in hives for several weeks. Why would you do that? Bianca demanded. She broke my arm yesterday. She broke 3 of my ribs. Bianca paused. Oh. Chiron smiled cheerfully. In any case, Connor, Travis, congratulations. Connor and Travis looked at each other, then at Chiron warily. What for? For the rest of this month, you two will be responsible for everything around the camp. Chiron nodded. Stables cleaning, kitchen duty, everything. What? Travis cried out indignantly. Why? Don't tell me you actually care that we laced that shirt with Centaur blood. Phoebe wouldn't have died, and besides, she already injured numerous campers. You can't do that. That's not fair. Connor shouted. Chiron slammed his fist down on the table, silencing them both. A crack formed on the surface. Holy hell, Chiron was strong. Connor. Travis. Chiron began dangerously, a menacing glint in his eyes. Do you two fools have any idea what would be happened if Phoebe did put on that shirt and got injured? Connor hesitantly said, she'll be incapacitated for a few weeks, you fool. Chiron bellowed. I'd have to fill out at least 5 different incident reports. Lady Artemis, once she is freed, would go absolutely ballistic. Funding for the camp, cut in half. She will swamp me in paperwork. He breathed heavily. Do you understand just how bad Olympian paperwork is? Gods don't die. They live forever. Doing paperwork for a week straight, that's considered normal to them. Dionysus snickered. Imagine having to do paperwork. With all respect, Lord Dionysus, Chiron said politely, shut your mouth. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned to Dionysus, half expecting him to inflict Chiron with a terrible madness. Dionysus, for his part, simply chuckled. As you wish, my dear friend. As long as you keep on doing all my paperwork for me, I'll shut up whenever you want to. That's how it was. We've gotten off track. Zoe tapped her fingers on the table. For the next quest member, I wish Bianca to go. Bianca looked stunned. What? Me? I'm new. You'll do fine, Zoe insisted. Think of it as proving thyself. Besides, and here, she shared a glance with Chiron again. I can sense that you are strong. Chiron shot her a sorrowful look, which Naruto didn't really understand. Bianca bit her lip. Oh, okay then. She straightened up, and the faint silver glow on her skin intensified a bit. I'll go save Lady Artemis. I don't get it. Percy spoke up, a confused expression on his face. Get what? Zoe asked. Bianca is more than competent enough to do well on this quest. Besides, didn't you go on thy first quest when you were only 12 years old? Percy waved it off. No, I'm not talking about that. I don't get how Naruto was able to smell that there was something off about that shirt, but Grover wasn't. Everyone went silent as they thought over Percy's words. Hey, Grover said in between bites of, was he eating an aluminum can? Ever since we met Lady Artemis, my senses have been a little wonky. I mean, how else would you explain that Naruto has Lady Artemis's scent? Naruto went unnaturally still. Oh no. Satyrs and their ridiculously good sense of smell. Zoe leaned forward, intrigued. Say what now? Are you saying that Naruto smells like Lady Artemis? Grover nodded. Yeah. I noticed it this afternoon. Silena frowned. How is that possible? Damn. Damn. This was bad. This was really bad. It's time for even more Kakashi-sensei level bullshitting. To understand that well, let me reveal why I'm even at this meeting first. Naruto looked at Zoe determinedly. I wish to go on this quest. The moment of silence was broken by Dionysus's laugh. Oh, they sure like to start young, don't they? Die young, too. Denied, Zoe said flatly. I will not take you along for this quest. She froze, as did everyone else in the room. The walls trembled and the ping-pong table shook as a massive force exploded out from Naruto. The incredible pressure weighed down on every occupant as they all felt the sheer intent behind the chakra, the suffocating, oppressive killing intent, but rather the iron will of a shinobi that has already lost too much and isn't willing to lose any more. I'm afraid you will, Naruto spoke in a low, dangerous tone. You see, Lord Apollo sent me to join this quest. I'm sure that you of all people should know just how much Apollo cares for Artemis, and while he may be bound by the ancient laws to not directly interfere in this quest, indirect interference through a hero is allowed. And he sent you? Zoe asked in disbelief. Oh come on. Naruto complained. You too? What, do you and Chiron both have no faith in my powers? I assure you, what you have seen tonight was but a fraction of my power. Gods, he sounded like an Uchiha. Lord Apollo sent me because he is confident in my skill and abilities. Thalia hesitated. Say what you will, Zoe, but he did stop my lightning bolt with his bare hands. Not quite, Naruto interrupted. I stopped it with my chakra. Chakra? Chiron repeated. It's my unique power. A spiraling blue sphere formed in Naruto's hand. Grover leaped back, almost falling over his chair in surprise. Silena gazed at it with admiration in her eyes. Clearly, as a child of Aphrodite, she appreciated aesthetic things, and while the Raise-Non was a jutsu meant for killing, it was also pretty, although Naruto will always deny that. Beckendorf leaned forward in interest, analyzing it less on its aesthetics and more on its structure. Whoa. Percy leaned forward, getting a better look. Why didn't you show this to us this afternoon? That looks awesome. Zoe narrowed her eyes, and Naruto could see the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. Naruto nodded approvingly. As a hunter, her instincts must be screaming at her that this was dangerous. What is that? She hissed. It's chakra. My unique power. The Raise-Non fizzled out. Specifically, the thing I just created is called the Raise-Non. I used it to block Thalia's lightning bolt. I guess the light from the lightning covered it up. Is it magic? Thalia asked. No. It's chakra. It looks like magic to me. Trust me, it's not. Apollo already confirmed it. If it is magic, it's a type that the gods have never seen before. Isn't that right, Lord Dionysus? Dionysus nodded slowly. From what I have sensed, that power is completely new to me. I have never felt anything like it before. He gazed at Naruto, and, for the first time since Naruto's met him, he looked fully serious. I'll give you one and only one word of warning, use that power wisely. I will, Naruto nodded. Anyway, will you let me go on this quest? Zoe narrowed her eyes, leaning forward. All we have is your word that Lord Apollo sent you. You are new to this camp, nobody knows you, and nobody can vouch for you. How can we even trust what you say? I swear on the river Styx that I am here because of Apollo. Thunder boomed in the distance. Naruto frowned. Does that always happen? Dionysus snorted. The gods, Naruto, have a penchant of being extremely dramatic. Styx is no exception to that rule. Huh. In any case, there you have it, Naruto tilted his head. I assure you, I have one goal and one goal only, and that is to retrieve Lady Artemis. Technically, he had been telling the truth when he swore on the Styx. He was at Camp Half-Blood because of Apollo. If Apollo hadn't told him about Artemis's situation, he wouldn't have come. It may have been a technicality, but given how he wasn't suffering or dying, Styx had accepted it. Well then, Chiron rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Zoe, it is not wise to ignore the gods. Even Lord Apollo. If Lord Apollo wishes for Naruto to join this quest, then. He trailed off meaningfully. Zoe was silent for a moment. I am not foolish, she finally said. Shocker, Thalia muttered. If Lord Apollo wishes for Naruto to join, Zoe continued, then I have no choice. Naruto smiled. Thank you, on one condition, of course. Zoe stared intently at Naruto. Tell me, why do you fight? Thalia frowned. What do you mean? He already told us, he wants to join this quest because Apollo told him to. Zoe shook her head. I highly doubt that is the only reason. Even if they're commanded to do something by the gods, most heroes fight for something, whether it's for glory, honor, riches, or even self-preservation. No male hero possesses such a professionalism that their sole reason for sacrificing themselves is because a god told them to. So I ask you, Naruto, while Apollo may have told you to join the quest to save Lady Artemis, why are you fighting? Oh. So that was the problem. From Zoe's perspective, Naruto's just a little kid who has no ties to Artemis whatsoever. She wished to understand the motivation behind his actions. Naruto gave a mental nod of approval. While it was important to understand your enemies, understanding your comrades is even more important. Can you imagine what it was like to be raised by Apollo? Naruto asked. Zoe's reply was prompt and blunt. Hell. Dionysus snickered. I will pay you to say that to his face. Naruto didn't speak for a moment. You know, you're not wrong. It was hell, but not for the reasons you think. I lived in one of Apollo's temples my entire life. I was never allowed to leave, and nobody was allowed to come in and see me. Zoe's eyes widened. What? Why? Naruto cursed. He didn't come up for a reason for that. Come on, think, it's because he couldn't risk my chakra being discovered by the Titans. That should work. Zoe nodded, satisfied. I see. Yup. Needless to say, life kinda sucked. Naruto's eyes unfocused for a second. For the first part of my life, Apollo was the only being I came in contact with. And even then, he was present for only a few hours a day, if that. I had been completely alone. Then I met Artemis. Naruto smiled. She had been at Apollo's mansion for some reason. When she noticed me, instead of ignoring me and walking away, she took the time to talk to me. And she was kind. After so long, she was the one to rescue me from my loneliness. Zoe's gaze softened slightly. After that, she didn't forget about me. She visited every so often. Once, she even brought a gift. Naruto took out a single silver kunai and tossed it to Zoe. She caught it out of the air and examined the designs etched on the blade, the moon and the bow. And that is why I wish to save Artemis. At that moment, the intensity and determination burning in Naruto's eyes rivaled Amaterasu's flames itself. Because she's someone precious to me. Zoe's eyes widened, and for the first time since Naruto arrived, she looked at him without any distaste whatsoever. I don't care if I have to sacrifice my life, Naruto continued. He clenched his fists. Just please. Let me go on this quest. Zoe regarded Naruto pensively for several seconds. Then she nodded. That is a good reason for fighting. She smiled. Welcome to the quest, Naruto. Naruto blinked. It worked. It worked. He grinned brightly. Thank you. I won't let you down. Ah, the joys of having a tragic backstory, Dionysus idly commented. Chiron coughed. Sir, I believe they were having a moment there. Did you really have to interject? Ah, my dear centaur, I interjected because they were having a moment. Before today, you didn't know anyone except for Apollo and Artemis. Percy asked in horrified fascination. I also knew Hestia, Naruto added. She would visit now and then. How are you sane? Beckendorf leaned away from Naruto, as if expecting him to snap at any moment. Naruto shrugged. Why wouldn't I be sane? It's not like he hasn't gone through loneliness once before. To not have any company but Apollo on a daily basis. Thalia tapped her fingers on the table. That sounds terrible. Zoe supplied. Yeah. He's not that bad in small doses, but every single day for years, with nobody else. Thalia shuddered. I mean, he's not too bad, Naruto defended. He's just annoying sometimes. Understatement of the millennia, Zoe muttered. We need one more camper. I'll go. Thalia stood and looked around, daring anyone to question her. Percy questioned her. Whoa, wait a sec, I want to go too. No, Zoe refused. You are a boy. Naruto is a boy too. Yes, but Lord Apollo wishes for Naruto to join the quest. Zoe tilted her head. What's more, Naruto places Lady Artemis above everything else, even his own life. Would you do the same, Percy Jackson? If you had to pick between saving Annabeth and saving Artemis, who would you choose? Percy flinched as if struck. You can't, that's what I thought. I have to go. Percy protested. No, Zoe said flatly. Percy looked to Chiron desperately. Chiron. Chiron sighed sadly. Zoe has the final say on who she takes with her on the quest. I am sorry, Percy. I know how worried you are for Annabeth, but I cannot force her to take you. Naruto actually felt really bad for Percy. He had almost forgotten, but Percy had lost someone precious to him too. So be it, Chiron declared. Naruto and Thalia will accompany Zoe, Phoebe, and Diana. You shall leave at first light. And may the gods, he shot Dionysus a pointed look, Lord Dionysus included, we hope, be with you. Dionysus sighed. Why do you always try to guilt-trip me into helping? It's not going to work. Chiron shrugged. Can't fault a centaur for trying. I'd rather not have to bury my students. On that note, Naruto, while you may be powerful enough that Lord Apollo himself sent you, please, be careful. There are still beings out there more powerful than you. If you shows any signs of arrogance, I'll stab you, Zoe casually added. Naruto gulped. Noted. Wait, Grover said as everyone was getting up. Naruto, you still didn't explain why you smell like Lady Artemis. Naruto blinked. Oh. I'm sorry, Apollo. But I'm afraid I'll have to drag your name through the mud, although to be fair, it was already pretty muddy. Apollo had these Artemis-scented candles all around his mansion. So I guess the smell got soaked into me. Dead silence. Zoe shuddered. I did not need to know that. Bianca, remind me to shoot Apollo in the face the next time I see him. Sorry Apollo. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Naruto could swear he heard a facepalm come from far above. X as Naruto made his way back to the Hermes cabin, he caught sight of someone tending to the flames. He smiled and walked over. Hey Hestia, Naruto grinned in greeting. Hestia turned to him, smiling warmly. Hello there, Naruto. I must say, I did not expect to see you tonight. I heard you gave Apollo the slip. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Yeah. He paused. You're not going to try to bring me back, right? Hestia shook her head. Of course not. I assume you came here because you heard that Artemis was captured. Naruto nodded. I joined the quest group. Hestia blinked. Wasn't the quest leader Zoe Nightshade? Yup. How did you convince her? Hestia asked, intrigued. Naruto smirked. I told her that Apollo sent me to join the quest. Hestia's eyes widened in shock before she laughed. That's beautiful. I know, Naruto grinned smugly. The irony is amazing. She also asked for my reason for fighting. Oh. Hestia looked saddened. Yes, she would certainly care about that. Naruto frowned. Why? That is not my story to tell, Hestia sighed. They stood there for a moment, enjoying the pleasant warmth of the hearth. That is a clever disguise you have. I almost didn't recognize you tonight, Hestia tilted her head. Is it your chakra? Naruto nodded. Yup. Henge no jutsu. Allows me to transform into anything. I don't sense any mist cloaking you, Hestia frowned. If you transform into another form, how would we know that it's you? Is there a way? Naruto pursed his lips. Chakra sensing was out. Other than that, I'm fairly certain the only method is by scent. The henge may be a basic E-ranked academy jutsu, but it was extremely useful. Especially Naruto's variants of it. He still couldn't believe reverse harem worked on Kaguya. Hestia nodded. I see. I only recognized you tonight because of your whisker marks. They're hard to miss. Her countenance turned serious. All that aside, how are you doing? What do you mean? Artemis, Hestia said simply. Naruto went still. Oh. I'm okay. Hestia looked at him, concerned. Are you sure? Yeah. Everything's fine. Because we will save her. Naruto said determinedly. Hestia blinked. Your optimism is nice to see. She tilted her head. But how can you be so certain? Naruto grinned. Because I believe I can. There's no point entertaining any doubts or uncertainty, because once you question your own beliefs, it's over. Oh, and there's also the fact that I'll never give up until she's free. Hestia chuckled. So what you're saying is that it doesn't matter what the Titans do, you'll always be persistently trying to save her, like an irritating mosquito that just wouldn't go away. Yup. Naruto confirmed cheerfully. Although I don't like the mosquito metaphor very much. I'd prefer a persistent toad that just wouldn't stop asking you for candy. Hestia inclined her head. Just. Hestia turned to him, a slight hint of worry in her warm, brown eyes. Be prepared for the worst. I don't want to see you broken. Naruto's eyes widened as he was suddenly overcome with a wave of emotion. If he loses Artemis, it would be like losing Jiraiya all over again. It would be like losing his entire world all over again. She was his mother. If she knew. Naruto refused to even begin thinking those thoughts. There was no point in thinking them. After all, Naruto will save Artemis. No matter what. And so, Naruto smiled at Hestia. Don't worry about it. His expression turned a little sad. Besides strong. Hestia gazed at him for a few moments before sighing tiredly. I don't like the Titans very much. Naruto cracked a small smile. Neither do I. Father is rising. Hestia absently poked at the fire with a stick. When you go on the quest, be careful. He is a master of manipulation and deception. There is a reason why he is called the Crooked One. As long as he isn't a presumed dead puppet, Obito, being controlled by another puppet, Madara, being controlled by another puppet, Black Zetsu, being controlled by its mother, then I think we should be good. I know how to look underneath the underneath. After dealing with Black Zetsu and his machinations, Naruto fully embraced the art of looking underneath the underneath. Kakashi-sensei would be proud. Hestia nodded, deep in thought. She fell silent for a moment. Naruto. Yes. Please don't die on this quest, she murmured quietly. Naruto laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Trust me, I have no intentions of dying. Again. Hestia nodded. Don't do anything foolish. You may be strong, but there are still stronger beings out there. Don't grow arrogant and careless like so many heroes before you had. She looked away. I don't want to lose you. You are the first in a long time that I can call a friend. Naruto drew in a sharp breath as his eyes widened in shock. Then he smiled happily. I'll come back alive and well. I promise. Thank you. And Hestia? Hestia turned to him. Yes. Naruto shot her a beaming smile. You're my friend too. Hestia smiled back warmly. I know. XXX Naruto stretched his arms as he walked towards the Hermes cabin, sighing contentedly as he felt his spine crack. He didn't understand how people in this new world could sit down all day in cubicles. Naruto would go insane after just an hour of not moving. Naruto. A new voice spoke up behind him. Naruto whirled around in surprise, a kunao in his hand. Kirin stood there in horse form. He looked down at the kunao in Naruto's hand. A bit trigger happy there. Sorry, Naruto apologized as he put the kunao back in his pouch. You surprised me? Kirin had been astonishingly silent, although Kirin was several thousand years old. He may be a teacher, but he was also powerful, probably more powerful than most of the heroes at this camp. It's quite alright, Kirin waved it off. In fact, your reflexes are just what some of the heroes at this camp need. He sighed despairingly. You will not believe how many of them lack an adequate reaction time. A lot. Kirin sighed once more. Sadly, yes. Walk with me, Naruto. I wish to speak with you. Naruto's eyebrows scrunched together in confusion, but he followed Kirin anyway. There was nobody outside, they had all gone back to their cabins. You're about to embark on your first quest tomorrow, Kirin said conversationally. Naruto nodded. Yup. I confess, I am rather concerned that you are going. You have not been at this camp for even a day yet. I haven't taught you anything. Kirin tilted his head. While it may be a little too late for a physical lesson, I suppose the least I can do is give you some advice. Naruto inclined his head, paying close attention. This right here was Kirin, the legendary trainer of heroes. He had been alive for thousands of years. He was perhaps the only person at camp whose combat knowledge and strategy may be greater than Naruto's. Indeed, Naruto considered Kirin to be this world's version of Jiji, the Sandaime Hokage, not in terms of power, but rather, the knowledge and wisdom that gave Jiji the moniker of, the Professor. If Kairon was going to give Naruto some advice, then Naruto would listen. Naruto, Kairon stopped and turned to look directly at Naruto, his expression utterly serious. Don't be stupid. Naruto blinked. Huh. For you see, it's almost as if you heroes want to end your existence in the dumbest, most avoidable way possible. Kairon flung up his hands. Do you understand just how difficult it has been for me in the past few thousands of years? The sheer stupidity, lack of foresight, and all-around foolishness of you heroes is almost amazing. Naruto coughed lightly. What? I mean, really. Kairon looked up to the sky. You'd think that after several hundred years, you all will have learned to not provoke the gods. But no. You heroes seem to crave death through acts of gods. It's as if you enjoy not ever being able to collect on insurance. Kairon, are you, okay there? Kairon paused. Forgive me if I'm ranting a little. He stared down at his hands. They were shaking slightly. Perhaps I'm a bit more unsettled by the situation than I had thought. He smiled reassuringly. In any case, the advice I have for you is simple. Don't be stupid. Okay. I'm serious. You haven't attended any of my common sense or self-preservation classes yet, so I'm a little worried. Kairon tilted his head. Allow me to give you a pop quiz, just to see if you're truly ready. Okay. Naruto had not been expecting this. Are you going to infiltrate the underworld to try to make the Lord of the Underworld's wife your own wife? No. Are you going to drive the sun chariot without knowing how to drive? No. If you see Lady Artemis naked and taking a bath, will you propose to her? Naruto suppressed a shiver of revulsion. Absolutely not. Kairon nodded. Good. You passed the quiz. What even were those questions? Naruto asked incredulously. He paused as he remembered the old myths. Oh. Theseus, Phaethon, and Actaeon. Indeed. They were really stupid, weren't they? Kairon sighed sadly and nodded once before changing the topic. This quest is important. It is vital that Artemis is present for the council meeting, and it is even more essential to locate the monster that she was hunting. Please, do not mess it up. Don't worry. I'll succeed. Then Naruto frowned. Are you doing this to everyone? Pardon. Naruto gestured vaguely with his hand. You know, going around and ranting and giving pop quizzes. Of course not. I presume Zoe and Phoebe are lecturing Bianca right now, and I have already given the same speech to Thalia several months ago. Kairon smiled genially. You were the only new person. Naruto chuckled. Alright then. They stopped outside of the Hermes cabin. Well then, I believe that will be all. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Kairon. Now then. I have to go talk to Percy, who is undoubtedly angsting and lamenting over how he wasn't able to join the quest. Kairon sighed. He turned to walk away, but then stopped and called, Oh, and Naruto. Yeah. Good luck. X, how did it go? Nico asked. Naruto grinned. I'm going on the quest. Awesome. Nico grinned back. Who else is going? Zoe, Phoebe, Thalia, and Bianca. Naruto sat down on the bed next to Nico. It was surprisingly comfortable, although Naruto supposed that Hermes, as the god of travelers, would invest in some nice beds for his own cabin. Bianca's going. Nico looked down, the grin disappearing from his face. Naruto noticed. What's wrong? It's nothing. Nico looked away. Nico. Naruto reached out and touched Nico softly on the shoulder. You can tell me? Nico turned to hesitantly look at Naruto. She already left me to join the hunters. She might die on this quest. And then she'll leave me forever. Naruto really only knew one way to respond to that. I'll protect her for you, Nico. You will? Nico asked hopefully. Naruto smiled. Of course. I'll keep her safe. I promise you that. Just a tip, Travis called, you probably shouldn't make promises that you can't keep. Connor punched him in the shoulder. Hard. Bro, what the hell? Ow. Travis rubbed his shoulder. Look, I don't want to be that guy, but as a counselor, I have to be realistic here. He stood up from his bed and walked over to Naruto and Nico, his customary mischievous expression replaced with a solemn one. PEO die on these quests. We got lucky on the last 3 quests, everyone lived, but this time, it might be different. How can you say that? Nico glared. Travis sighed miserably. Trust me, I hate it as much as you do. But it's reality. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Wrong. I never go back on my word. Bianca will not die on this quest, I swear it. Travis gazed at Naruto for a moment before giving up. Fine. I tried. Then he gave Naruto a crooked grin. So, all that aside, why don't you show us what else you can do with your chakra? Chakra. Nico's eyebrows scrunched together. It's my unique power, Naruto explained. And I can, dodge attacks with it. And make clones of myself. Travis nodded. Interesting. Wait, did you just say you could make clones of yourself? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone appeared next to Naruto. Whoa. Nico gasped in awe. In a flash, Connor and Travis were in front of the clone, staring at it reverently. Do my eyes deceive me? Connor spoke in a higher pitch than usual. I don't think they do. Travis blinked back tears. They both turned to Naruto. The perfect alibi. The perfect accomplice. Please, they chorused, teach us. Naruto chuckled. I'm afraid I can't. Then join us. Naruto paused. In what, exactly? I'm afraid you have to be a little more specific. Connor gained a devious glint in his eyes. I'm talking about the mystical art. The art of pranking. Travis spread his arms wide. Join us. You, me, Connor, the three of us will be unstoppable. The two anxiously awaited Naruto's reply. Naruto simply gazed at them with an unreadable expression for a few moments. Then he smirked. After the quest is over, well, let me just say this, Camp Half-Blood will never forget our names. Connor whimpered. A kindred spirit. It's amazing, Travis agreed. XXX Naruto woke up several hours before dawn. Unfortunately, he didn't have a demigod dream, so he didn't acquire any new information. He looked over. Nico was still asleep in the bed next to him. He left the cabin, careful not to wake anyone, and walked towards the forest. The second he entered the forest, he frowned. What were they doing there? He ambled along, breathing in the crisp, cool air. Finally, after several minutes of walking, he neared the three people he had sensed. They had their backs to him, and appeared to be discussing something. Yo! He called out. They whirled around and Naruto's eyes widened as he grabbed a kunai and deflected 10 silver arrows. Whoa! I come in peace. Zoe, Bianca, and Phoebe all had fierce expressions on their faces and were already knocking more arrows into their bows when they recognized Naruto. Oh, Zoe said, lowering her bow. It's you. Naruto. Bianca's hand flew to her mouth in shock. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. It's fine. I didn't get hit, Naruto smiled cautiously. What are you guys doing out here? What are you doing out here? Phoebe shot back, a suspicious look on her face. I was walking. Phoebe scowled. Really? Really? Naruto held up his hands in the universal gesture of surrender. So, why did you shoot me? They exchanged glances. Someone's after us, Zoe explained grimly. Naruto frowned. What? Bianca sighed. No, they're only after Phoebe and me. Zoe, I don't think they care about you. Yeah, you should just go back to the cabin. There's no point in endangering yourself, Phoebe added. Zoe shook her head. No, I will not flee when my fellow hunters are in danger. Hold up, Naruto cut in. What do you mean by, someone's after you? First, it was the centaur blood-laced shirt Travis and Connor tried to give to Phoebe, Zoe explained. We had thought that was just an isolated incident. But then, after the counselor meeting, Bianca wanted to get something to eat. A nymph delivered a plate of snacks, and it was only through luck that our resident poisons expert, Psyche, took a bite first and realized that they were poisoned. Fortunately, Psyche had already built up an immunity to most poisons, and so she is fine. After that, more and more strange events began happening, Bianca continued. My jacket tried to strangle me. My bow randomly exploded, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Phoebe narrowed her eyes. When that happened, we left the rest of the hunters so they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Zoe did another perimeter scan. We came to the forest, where our powers as a hunter are amplified. Couldn't it just be a series of unfortunate coincidences? Naruto was already shaking his head before he finished the sentence. No, never mind. It's never a coincidence. Indeed, Zoe inclined her head. There's someone influencing things from the shadows, an unknown being that is trying to prevent one of us from going onto the quest. They haven't even touched me yet, probably because I'm the leader of the quest, but they're definitely after Bianca and Phoebe. Phoebe scowled and muttered a nasty ancient Greek curse that Naruto will not translate. This is annoying. Who the hell is doing this? Cronus, Naruto said grimly. The temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees around them. The Titan Lord. Zoe shrugged. Probably. He would certainly benefit from having only 4 people go on the quest. She frowned. That doesn't explain why he's only targeting the hunters, though. Has anything bad occurred to you yet, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. Nope. Odd. Zoe frowned. Why would Cronus only target the hunters? Why not Thalia or Naruto? Did Cronus just not like the hunters of Artemis or something? Or maybe it was because Naruto tensed up as he suddenly sensed something. Hey, there may or may not be hundreds of giant ants swarming towards us. Zoe blinked. What? Yeah, they're coming for us. And they're really, really fast. As in, Naruto paled. High ground. What? Zoe repeated. High ground. Now. Naruto yelled as he jumped up and landed on a tree branch. A moment later, Zoe, Bianca, and Phoebe were on their own branches, still looking confused. What do you mean by giant ants? Bianca froze as the first wave of giant ants came into view. Oh, she said in a quiet voice. Zoe and Phoebe didn't waste any time talking, instead immediately shooting the ants with arrows. However, the arrows simply bounced off of the ant's black exoskeleton. Oh come on. Phoebe cried. Myrmikis. Why are they here? What are those? Bianca asked with equal parts revulsion and disgust. Myrmikis. Zoe took careful aim and shot an arrow straight into a chink in an ant's armor. It disintegrated into dust, enraging the other ants and causing them to become even faster. That's not good. Myrmikis are giant ants. They have an almost unbreakable armor that celestial bronze cannot pierce, their mandibles can easily crush a demigod, and they spray poison. Naruto did a double take at that. They spray poison? He asked, horrified. Zoe nodded. Yes. I believe our best course of action to take is to Retrea. Hell no. Naruto withdrew a single silver kunao. These are giant ants that can spray poison and crush a demigod. And it's not just one ant, it's a whole swarm of them. You want to just run away from them and leave them be? No, they're all going to die. At this moment, Naruto suddenly regretted not knowing any fire jutsus. These ants deserved a Gokakyu or 2. Kunao Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A single kunao became several hundred. Flawless execution. This was a jutsu he had perfected recently, although the name was rather misleading. Even though it had shuriken in the name, it could be applied to any projectile, including kunao and senbon. Hundreds of kunao slammed into the Myrmikis with the force of a high-caliber sniper bullet. While the silver wasn't strong enough to penetrate the Myrmikis' hard exoskeleton, enough kunaos made their way through the chinks in their armor, killing quite a lot of them. The rest backed up, wary. Naruto smiled in satisfaction. Now, where did he put his explosive tags? He was suddenly aware of several stares on him. He looked over. Bianca, Zoe, and Phoebe were staring at him, their eyes wide in shock. Oh. Yeah, that's my chakra, Naruto grinned. Pretty cool, right? That was. Zoe hesitated. Beautiful, Phoebe finished. A silver rain of death and destruction. You may be a male, but you're not completely useless. Wow, thanks. You're welcome, Phoebe responded sincerely. Then she sighed. In any event, this has gone on long enough. Zoe, I'm sorry. She took a deep breath. Zoe's eyes widened. Phoebe, what are you going to, hey? Phoebe shouted to the night sky. You don't want me to go on this quest? Fine. I won't go. So why don't you just chill and stop all these bullshit attacks? Oddly enough, the sky didn't respond. Phoebe, Zoe began, but Phoebe cut her off. No. Whoever is trying to prevent us from going, they're not stopping. I have a feeling that the attacks are only going to get worse from here, and I don't want Bianca or you hurt. This time, it was a Myrmikis attack. What next? Are they going to see a Hydra after us? Phoebe paused. That wasn't a suggestion, by the way. Once again, the sky did not respond. The choice is clear, Phoebe said. I won't go on this quest. Wait, Bianca spoke up. If anyone should stay behind, it should be me. I'm new, I won't do very well on the quest. Phoebe shook her head, smiling. Don't worry about it. I believe in your skills. This is a good way for you to prove yourself and to grow as a hunter. Zoe nodded. Indeed. Phoebe, if you insist, I do. Very well, then. Zoe sighed regretfully. We won't take you along for the quest. As if on cue, the Myrmikis, who had been warily circling them, immediately began heading back. Naruto itched to kill them, because giant ants, but decided against it. It might harm the ecosystem of the forest if he wiped out an entire species. Well, that takes care of that. Phoebe clapped her hands together. I think we're safe now. Zoe nodded. It appears so. I'll head back to the cabin, get some sleep. Phoebe yawned. Good luck, Zoe, Bianca. Bring Lady Artemis back. And she was gone, sprinting through the forests and disappearing into the night. Naruto stared at Zoe and Bianca. Okay then. That just happened. See you at dawn. Zoe nodded. Yes. Bianca waved goodbye. XXX There were external forces at play. Unknown external forces. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He disliked people who controlled events from the shadows. Like Obito. And Madara. And Black Zetsu. And Danzo. After about an hour of aimlessly walking around and enjoying being in the forest, Naruto made his way back to Thalia's pine tree, the designated meeting place. Yo, Naruto smiled at the dragon, Peleus. No hard feelings, right? Peleus simply observed him, still curled around the base of the tree. Okay then. I'll take that as a yes. Mind if I sit down? Peleus didn't reply, but he did shift around to make room for Naruto. He sat down, back against the tree, the golden fleece overhead. I'm kinda worried, you know. Naruto gazed down at his hand. A being powerful enough to capture Artemis, can I even fight against them? How strong would they have to be? The primary problem here was that Naruto lacked information. He didn't know how strong a god of this world would be. Apollo has never fought him for real before. He can assume that the gods are about as strong as Kaguya, but at the same time, demigods at Camp Half-Blood were nowhere near Higoromo's level. Or even Ashura, hell, they weren't even as powerful as a normal human shinobi, like Kakashi. But how much would human blood dilute divine power? Gods were definitely not twice as strong as demigods, so using demigods as a basis of power wouldn't work. He knew that mortals would disintegrate if they even looked upon a god's divine form. Even though Naruto wasn't a mortal, he still had never risked looking at Apollo's divine form before. There was no guarantee he would survive. In the old myths, the biggest display of power Naruto could think of was when Zeus trapped Typhon under Mount Etna, similar to Chibaku Tensei. However, Apollo had once referred to Zeus's master bolt as a weapon that made hydrogen bombs look like firecrackers. Was that an exaggeration, or was it legitimate? And was Artemis close to Zeus's level in terms of power? Zeus was the king of the gods, after all, not to mention being Artemis's father. Naruto sighed heavily. Oh well. It's not as if this wasn't the first time he'd be going into a battle with little to no information whatsoever. It's always worked out before, and this time, it will work again. Because Naruto won't fail. It doesn't matter if he has to fight Cronus and his army of titans all by himself, he will bring Artemis back. You know, Peleus. I'm kinda tired. Do you mind if I take a quick nap? Peleus didn't reply. And Naruto closed his eyes. XXX. Is this a demigod dream? Naruto gazed around in wonder. He was still asleep, he didn't recall waking up. He was in a dark cave, the only source of light came from the dim glow of a celestial bronze ornament on the wall. Who in the name of night is he? Naruto turned his head to see who had spoken. He couldn't see anything, it was too dark. The voice was raspy and old. Naruto couldn't tell if it came from a man or a woman. I don't know. Another voice snapped, frustration evident. I can't find his string. What do you mean you can't find his string? A third voice spoke up, incredulity and disbelief in its voice. It's literally impossible for us to lose the thread. Well, you find it then. The second voice snapped back. Did any of you misplace it? No. The first voice responded. Before today, I didn't even know that he existed. I don't understand how this is even possible. Even though Naruto couldn't see anything, he could imagine the second voice's person pulling out their hair. If they even had hair. Well, you know what, it is possible, and it's happening right before our eyes. The third voice replied. What should we do? What can we do? The first voice said. Call mother, the second voice suggested. Naruto could almost feel the eye rolling of the other two. You think she cares? The second voice paused. Good point. At this point, the third voice said resolutely, we can only watch for now. Let's see if the situation gets any worse. Agreed. Very well. And the scene before Naruto dissolved, leaving Naruto with two very pressing questions. Who the hell were they? And had they been talking about him? Naruto had expected to gain answers and essential information from a demigod dream, like the dreams the great Toad Sage had. Instead, he received a cryptic vision that left him with more questions than when he had begun. Demigod dreams sucks. Look, I don't know what thy problem is. Zoe growled. In a battle between Clarice LaRue and Phoebe, Phoebe would clearly win. Thalia scoffed. Yeah, right. Phoebe may have more years of experience, but that's the thing, she only has hunter experience. In an actual fight against a human, she'll be defeated easily. Zoe rolled her eyes. You don't think we hunters spar against each other? Not to the extent that the Ares cabin does, Thalia retorted. Phoebe may be a daughter of Ares, but her training isn't even remotely close to what the Ares cabin does. Ares's children may have many flaws and defects, but one thing I'll give them is they're good in fights. And a child of Ares that hasn't trained like the rest wouldn't even come close to defeating them in battle. Zoe sighed tiredly. You lack the ability to fully analyze the situation. Phoebe outranges Clarice with her bow, and she's faster and more agile. But she doesn't have strength, Thalia countered. Sure, Phoebe may land 5 blows on Clarice before Clarice even lands one, but the one hit that Clarice lands will be utterly devastating, whereas I doubt Phoebe's punches would do much damage. Zoe narrowed her eyes. Oh? Would you like to put that to a test? By all means, Thalia challenged. When we get back, you, me, Phoebe, sparring arena. I'll even have the Apollo cabin on standby, but I doubt we'll be needing them. Deal. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Yup, they certainly reminded him of when he and Sasuke were fresh genin. He idly wondered if it was a good idea for him to join the quest. Perhaps he should have just run off and looked for Artemis by himself. He quickly dismissed the notion, however. Even back in his old world, he knew better than to run off and look for Sasuke by himself, and the continent he was on was a lot bigger than the elemental nations. Besides, there was one vital reason why he ultimately decided to join the quest group. Prophecy. From what he could tell, prophecies of this world were different than the ones in his old world. The prophecy the great honorable Toad Geezer had given was vague and broad. Prophecies in this world, however, are relatively clear and specific. Joining the quest group meant having a prophecy made about him. The prophecy is essentially a guide, a step-by-step foretelling of what would happen. For a shinobi, having future knowledge about events was invaluable. Naruto may not be the best shinobi, but even he understood that. By himself, he would be going in blind. Going with a quest group meant having a prophecy that would give him a rough idea of what to expect. Besides, the prophecy literally guaranteed that the quest members would find Artemis. It didn't specify whether or not they would save Artemis, but the fact that the quest members were essentially fated to reach Artemis was too good to pass up. But Naruto glanced around in slight annoyance. Zoe and Thalia were still arguing. Bianca was absent-mindedly staring at her reflection in a knife, though Naruto doubted she was doing it for vanity's sake. And they were moving slowly. Really, damn, slow. Can't this van go any faster? Naruto spoke up impatiently. He knew genin who could run faster than this. Zoe looked back. Naruto, keep your eyes on the road, Thalia hissed. Zoe turned to her, annoyed. My situational awareness is far superior to thine own. I can drive this van blindfolded if need be. Thalia raised her eyebrows. If we crash, you're the one who gets to explain it to Chiron. Zoe hesitated before looking back to the road once more. On second thought, perhaps we should exercise a little caution. Thalia smirked. That's what I thought. In any case, Naruto, unless your chakra can control traffic, then no, we're stuck at this pace. Zoe nodded. Indeed. We would go a lot faster if we were running, but she glanced at Thalia derisively out of the corner of her eye. You think you can run faster than a van? Thalia asked incredulously. Definitely, Zoe answered. You can't, however, which is why we're currently in this van, stuck in traffic. She said traffic as it was a foul expletive. The blessings of Artemis grants us a speed far superior to a normal mortal's. Thalia raised her left eyebrow. Well, forgive me for not wanting to be a mindless slave to a goddess. We are not slaves, Zoe snarled, sounding truly upset for the first time since they've started arguing. You know nothing. Oh. Thalia raised her eyebrows. So you're allowed to disobey her. We don't disobey her because we are loyal to her. Thalia scoffed. Right. But even so, Zoe narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Thalia again. Lady Artemis would never command us to do something that's harmful or detrimental for us. We trust her, and she trusts us. She trusts you? Then tell me, what was the monster that she was hunting? Zoe didn't answer. Thalia smirked. Yeah, I can definitely see the trust. You've known Artemis for what, centuries now? And she still didn't tell you that. Centuries? Say what now? Naruto knew that the hunters were immortal, but he never thought they would be that old. He gulped when he realized that Zoe may actually be older than the Sage of Six Paths himself. Lady Artemis didn't tell us what the monster was because she wished to protect us, Zoe finally responded, though her tone was less harsh. As you know, knowledge can increase a demigod's aura, and she likely didn't want us to attract the monster's attention. She was protecting us. Ah, I see, Thalia chuckled scornfully. So you're not willing to risk your life for your precious mistress. If the monster becomes aware of your existence, so what? Zoe glared. The monster she was hunting is capable of bringing Olympus down itself. And? Thalia asked challengingly. I've had the worst monsters Hades could summon hunt me for months. Cronus himself is after me. You don't see me backing down. But you hunters have been by Artemis's side for centuries, and you're still unwilling to face the monster for her. You were there that night, Zoe retorted. We didn't have a choice. Artemis refused to reveal anything, Thalia laughed. So we have a mistress that doesn't trust her hunters' ability to protect themselves, and we have hunters who are too cowardly to demand answers and fight to stand by their goddess's side. She turned to look back at Bianca. Do you see what you've gotten yourself into? Bianca met her eyes challengingly. Yeah, I do. So Lady Artemis cares for us. Too much, perhaps, but the fact is that she cares. Similarly, we hunters trust her judgment enough to not demand answers. The fact that you believe that is truly enough. Zoe slammed onto the brakes, the van skidding to a stop. The hunters may not be perfect, but at least we're a family that won't betray each other. Thalia flinched back as if struck. Leave Luke out of, Zoe whirled on her, eyes fierce and angry. I will not. I had hoped to address this later, but let's do it right here, right now. On this quest, there is a high chance that we will run into that boy. And if so, I need thy word that you will not hesitate to slay him. Of course I won't hesitate. Luke's a traitor. He's dead to me, and yet, despite Thalia's angry words, her eyes told a different story. Her electric blue orbs seemed fragile, like glass that could shatter at any moment. Zoe noticed. Are you sure about that? Can you truly strike him down immediately? I will not fail on this quest simply because thy emotions for that boy is still clouding thy judgment. His name is Luke, Thalia said harshly. Naruto sat up, interested. The guy who stole the Master Bolt. Still glaring at Zoe, Thalia answered, yeah, he is. And wasn't he the mastermind behind the poisoning of your tree? Thalia nodded. Yeah. Naruto suddenly felt very amused. Let me guess. He wants revenge. Yup, Thalia confirmed. Does he have a massive stick up his ass? Thalia paused. What? Never mind, Naruto waved her off. So why did he leave? Why do you care? So I could understand. So we could understand, Naruto leaned forward. And also because we need information. If he is a potential enemy, then we can't fight him without knowing anything about him. But mostly it's so that Naruto could understand. Zoe inclined her head. Naruto has a good point. Why did the bow, Luke leave? Thalia hesitated. Because he hates the gods, she finally said in a quiet voice. Zoe rolled her eyes. No, really? I thought that he loved them. Thalia glared at her. I'm serious. He possesses a seething hatred for the gods. He feels that they have done nothing for him, that all they do is cause pain and suffering. His father, Hermes, leaving him with his sick mother, Zeus abandoning me, Apollo placing a curse on Helicon. Naruto's eyes flickered. Apollo did what now? And, even though I was still a tree during this, I hear that after Luke's quest to retrieve a golden apple from the gardens of the Hesperites, he felt that Hermes didn't care enough about him to give him an original, good quest. He doesn't merely diss the gods, he completely utterly hates them. I wouldn't be surprised if he wishes to tear down Olympus brick by brick. I'm sorry, Thalia. Bianca reached out and touched Thalia's shoulder comfortingly. Was Luke your friend? Thalia nodded, looking away. Yeah, she whispered. Then her eyes narrowed. No. He was my friend. But now, he's nothing but a traitor to me. You want your guarantee, Zoe? Fine. If I see Luke, then I'll kill him. Are you just going to give up on him like that? Naruto felt a sudden surge of anger. Was she seriously going to give up on Luke just like that? No. There are few things that can enrage Naruto, and this is one of them. You don't just give up on your precious people like that. Naruto didn't give up on Sasuke. But Thalia was just going to give up on Luke? It may seem illogical. In fact, Naruto was well aware that he was acting on his emotions. But if he didn't speak up now, then it would be like spitting on his dream to bring Sasuke back. He's your friend, isn't he? What? No, he's not. That's a lie, Naruto said resolutely. The bond that exists between friends who would die for each other is too strong to be broken that easily. You still wish to bring him back, don't you? Naruto, what are you saying? Zoe asked confusedly. Naruto ignored her, intently staring at Thalia. Never give up, Thalia. As long as he's still alive, then his mind can be changed, and he can be redeemed. But if he's dead, then it's over. Nagato changed. Obito changed. And Naruto hoped that with his death, Sasuke changed as well. Thalia bit her lip, but there was a sudden glimmer of hope in her eyes. Do you really think he'll come back? He may not willingly come back, Naruto admitted. In fact, he'll probably fight you every step of the way. Thalia looked away, deflated. But, Naruto continued. That shouldn't matter to you. If you have to beat him up and drag him back in chains, then drag him. If you have to fight 1,000 battles, then fight them. If you have to take all his hatred for the gods and shoulder it yours, then do it. He smiled brightly. Because that's what friends do. Thalia's eyes widened before a determined glint appeared in them, but there was still a hint of uncertainty. Do you really think Luke can be saved from his hatred? Naruto thought of Obito and Nagato and Sasuke and so many others. His smile widened. Yeah. I do. Thalia was silent for a moment. You're right. Her eyes flashed angrily. Luke betrayed us all. I'll defeat him in battle, chain him up, and use the full extent of my imagination to create new and creative ways to inflict massive amounts of pain on him. Naruto paused. Hold up, what? Death is too good for him, Thalia declared. I won't kill him. Instead, I'll capture him and make him regret leaving me. Her fingers twitched and arcs of electricity leaped from them. I'll have to ask Chiron for a private room in the big house. Preferab soundproofed. Wait, that's not what I meant. I should invite Annabeth too, Thalia grinned viciously. She also has quite a lot of things to say to Luke. She looked down at her lap. And hopefully, between the two of us, we'll be able to convince Luke to repent, she whispered quietly. And we could be a family again. Even Zoe didn't say anything for a moment. Just a moment though. You are foolish. Both of you. That boy has already betrayed us once before, and he'll do it again without a second thought. While capturing him would be desirable, there is always the chance that he will escape again. Permanent measures should be taken, and by permanent measure, you mean you want us to kill him, correct? Zoe sighed. Please, do not give me any moral arguments. I have heard them all before. Modern demigods are quite irksome. In the old days, people killed each other all the time. Naruto tilted his head. And did you enjoy the old days? The days where human life was casually disregarded. Zoe paused. I'm not saying that I enjoyed the past. It was not a good time, but at least the heroes of the time did what they had to do. Recently, however, some heroes have refused to kill altogether. Then tell me, what would happen if we killed Luke? Naruto asked. Justice, for one, Zoe answered. He betrayed us all and joined the Titans. By taking revenge and cutting him down, he will be brought to the fields of punishment, where justice will be swiftly delivered. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Even though he was in a different world, it appeared that human nature was the same. We are ordinary people driven to revenge in the name of justice, he muttered, an echo of Nagato's words. Yes, Zoe agreed. We are. But if there is justice in revenge, then that same justice will only breed more revenge. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, and it will trigger a vicious cycle of hatred. Zoe's eyes widened momentarily before she sighed. I see truth in thy words. A cold, harsh, uncaring truth it may be, but that is the state of the world we live in. And you accept it. Naruto pressed on. You accept that we live in a cursed world? No, not only do you accept, but you embrace it as well? Even knowing that in death there is only more death, you would still ask Thalia and by extension, me and Bayan to kill Luke. Then what do you want me to do? Break the curse. Zoe raised her eyebrows. It's not that simple. Yeah? Well, I don't get what's so difficult about it. Naruto looked down at his hands. Have you tried talking to them? Understanding them? Hey, Bianca spoke up but was interrupted by Zoe. Understand? What is there to understand? Zoe asked scornfully. He betrayed us for the Titans. Naruto nodded. And he's worse than trash for doing that. But, before today, did you know why he betrayed us? Zoe hesitated. No, but that does not matter, it is the thing that matters the most. Zoe. Bianca tried again, but Zoe ignored her. Matters the most? How does that matter? He hates the gods because he feels that they have abandoned him. So what? How does that fact matter? Because now that I know that, I can understand him, Zoe. Bianca shouted. What? Zoe snapped, turning to look at Bianca. Naruto and Thalia looked at Bianca as well. With everyone's attention focused on her, Bianca flushed slightly, but forged on. We're not moving. During this entire conversation, we haven't driven forward an inch. Zoe sighed. Sad as it may be, I cannot control the traffic. What traffic? Bianca asked, fear in her voice. What did she mean by that? Naruto glanced out the window. It was still raining outside, but there were no cars around. Not a single one. What the hell? Thalia muttered. Everybody out. Zoe commanded. They all got out of the car, staring at their surroundings, ignoring the rain that fell onto them. They were still in the city, and there were buildings all around them. But there were no cars. No people. An eerie, dense fog obscured their vision, causing them to only be able to see about 50 feet in front of them. How didn't we notice? Zoe flicked her hand and a silver bow materialized in it. I don't know. Naruto held a silver kunai in a reverse grip, eyes darting around, scanning his surroundings. In our defense, we were a little absorbed by our conversation. Thalia's spear extended from her mace canister. But what's happening? Naruto glanced over at Bianca. She had also had a silver bow in her hand, but Naruto could see her hand trembling. I'm glad you asked that, a new voice called out from above. Deep, with an odd accent. Zoe, Bianca, and Thalia tensed up as a man calmly strolled forward out of the fog, seemingly out of nowhere. He was impeccably dressed, a brown suit with a blue tie. Thorn, Thalia growled. A wicked smile appeared on the man's face, and Naruto could see that his eyes were different colors, one blue, one brown. Naruto didn't have good experiences with people who had mismatched eyes. How's it going, Thalia? Thorn asked conversationally, absently brushing some lint from his suit jacket. What have you done with Annabeth? Thalia demanded. She slapped the bracelet on her wrist and shouted, Aegis. The bracelet expanded into a bronze shield. Naruto glanced at the surface, and recoiled. The most deformed, ugliest, nastiest face Naruto had ever had the displeasure of seeing was on the shield. Annabeth? Oh, you mean that little girl? Thorn smirked. She's alive. For now. Thalia moved to charge him but Zoe flung out her hand. He's baiting you. Careful. Thorn, what have you done? Thorn tilted his head ominously. What have I done? You mean all of this? He gestured at the scene around them. I can't take credit for the weather or the fog, those were already here. The mortals, on the other hand, well, a little compulsion mag here, a little bit of mist there, and voila. A zone completely devoid of outside interference. Naruto blinked. Wait. Were you waiting out here the entire time while we were talking? Thorn snapped his fingers. Ah, that's right. What's up with that? What took you guys so long to come out? Zoe, Naruto, and Thalia all determinedly avoided Thorn's stare. Thorn shrugged. Whatever. I did, however, make an epic entrance, wouldn't you say? I'll give it a 6 out of 10 at best, Naruto said. Thorn narrowed his eyes. A 6 out of 10? Really? Really? Naruto paused. Did you arrive on top of several gigantic toads? No, but, did you arrive unleashing a secret devastating technique that almost single-handedly destroyed us on the molecular level? What are you talking about? Did you arrive with 4 undead leaders of the village with you? Why are you being so specific? Thorn stomped his foot. Enough. I don't have the time to talk with you. I hate getting wet. Naruto stared at him. Wow. Just wow. I hate getting wet. What are you, a cat? A manticore? Thorn snarled. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah. See, normally I would love to stop and talk, get the pre-fight banter out of the way, but it just so happens that I'm in a rush today. Someone precious to me is in danger, you see. His eyes flashed dangerously. So I'll only give you one warning. Get out of our way. Let me think. Thorn rubbed his chin. No. That's what I thought, Naruto said from behind him. A flawless substitution with a rock on the ground. Thorn whirled around, surprised, but before he could get a word out, Naruto slammed a Rasengan into his back. Thorn cried out in pain and Naruto caught a blur coming towards him. He jumped back, just in time to avoid dozens of tiny spikes. You're pretty durable, Naruto observed. I expected the Rasengan to one-shot you. He sighed. I guess when it comes to slaying monsters, nothing comes close to celestial bronze. Who are you? Thorn snarled, edging away from Naruto, hissing in pain. A son of a wind god, perhaps. Not quite, Naruto answered before he dashed forward again, another Rasengan forming in his hand, though this one was denser than before, and then stopped and leaped back as he sensed something large approaching. From above, a massive lion crashed down in front of Thorn, unleashing a mighty roar of rage and fury. It had shiny, silvery claws that looked as if it would have no trouble ripping apart steel, and inside its gaping maw, its fangs gleamed menacingly. Thorn smirked. Behold, the Nemean lion. Have fun killing this one. The Nemean lion let out an explosive roar. I'll kill you all. I'll rip you to pieces and devour your flesh. I'll grind your bones to make my bread. Naruto blinked. No way. He can understand animals. Artemis was the goddess of the wilderness, and apparently, that extended to understanding animals as well. Hey, I have an idea. How about you don't kill us? Naruto suggested. The Nemean lion roared once more. Kill you all. I'll kill you all. Die. The Nemean lion's muscles tensed up as it prepared to pounce. Naruto simply raised his eyebrows and unleashed his killing intent. The Nemean lion froze before all the tension left its body. I changed my mind. I'm not going to kill you after all. Its tone was calm and polite, and a slight tinge of Oxford crept into its accent. Really? What, what made you change your mind? Well, you know, this and that. The Nemean lion nodded sagely. Naruto grinned as he distinctly recalled the legend of the Nemean lion. Instead of fighting Heracles, the Nemean lion had cowardly hid inside a cave. Clearly, its personality hadn't changed all that much in the past couple thousand years. I'm glad you saw the error of your ways. Now leave. I was never even here. The Nemean lion turned and ran with absolutely no shame whatsoever. Sorry Thorn, but this is why I above my pay grade. What do you mean? Thorn yelled after its retreating form. Get back here. The Nemean lion completely ignored him and soon it one disappeared into the mist. Thorn turned back to them with considerably less confidence. Now see here, he was cut off by Zoe and Bianca raising their bows. Thalia brandished her spear and a new Rasengan formed in Naruto's hand. Never mind. I'm out. And he turned and melted into the shadows, several silver arrows in a kunai striking the spot where he had stood. Zoe growled. Coward. Naruto, Bianca began hesitantly. What was that? Naruto frowned. What? Oh, I can talk to animals. I never knew that. Bianca shook her head. No, I mean. She waved her hand vaguely. Naruto understood. My killing intent. He paused. Oh. You've never been exposed to killing intent before, he guessed. Bianca nodded slowly. It was only then that Naruto noticed a slight tremor in her hand. Fear. Killing intent is simply when a person exudes pure killing intention, Naruto explained. I'm sorry if it affected you. It's fine, Bianca said. It was just really scary. It was strong, Zoe admitted. Easily comparable to Lord Ares's. She scrutinized Naruto silently. Good job, Naruto. Fighting the Nemean lion would have been troublesome. Although I must ask, how were you able to communicate with it? Naruto shrugged. No idea. Guys. Thalia spoke up. She was frowning deeply. What is it? Naruto asked. Didn't Thorn say that he created a barrier using mist and magic that kept out the mortals? He did, Zoe nodded. Has thy hearing really deteriorated that much? Thalia ignored her. But now he's gone. Really? I didn't notice. You truly are a genius. Thalia turned to Zoe. Which means the barrier is gone too. Zoe nodded slowly. Yes. Do you have a point? Thalia paled dramatically. But we're currently standing on the road. Zoe's eyes widened. Oh, and a car entered their line of sight, heading straight toward them. Back to the van. Zoe commanded as the car swerved wildly to avoid hitting them. They got in and Zoe started up the van immediately, stepping on the accelerator. For a few blissful minutes, Zoe kept her foot planted on the accelerator, but they soon caught up to the traffic once more. Zoe groaned. Not again, she muttered. We should have just ridden motorcycles. Those things will kill you, Bianca frowned. Zoe simply looked back with an amused look. You're a demigod, Bianca. Bianca flushed. Oh right. I almost forgot. So where were we again? Thalia tapped her fingers against her armrest. No, please, Naruto held up his hand. Look, we're quest mates now. We have to work together. So how about we at least try to get along and stop arguing? Thalia paused. You're right, she decided. Zoe, I may not like you, but truce. Zoe looked at her before nodding and grudgingly saying, very well. Saving Lady Artemis is our first priority, Annabeth too, Thalia muttered. And constantly arguing with you will not aid the process in the least. Truce for now. Naruto sighed in relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Was this how Sakura and Kakashi-sensei felt whenever he argued with Sasuke? If so, he felt kinda bad now. Thorn was more durable than I had expected, Naruto mused. He withstood a shot from my raised non. Thorn is a manticore, Zoe explained. Their durability is high, they're capable of withstanding several strikes from celestial bronze. Annabeth stabbed Thorn with her knife, Thalia recalled. He's a strong monster. Next time, you shouldn't rush him like that. It was really risky. Waiting around isn't my style, Naruto frowned. Besides, Thorn isn't even a god. I don't see any risk in attacking him head-on. Thalia stared at Naruto. He's a manticore, she stressed. He was able to take both me and Percy on in combat, and we're both children of the big three. Zoe snorted. That says more about your skill than Thorn's, you know. Oh shut it. Naruto, I don't know how it was when you lived with Apollo, but out here in the real world, these monsters are dangerous and they can and will kill you. Thalia looked away. You may have chakra, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. You still need to be careful. Naruto was silent for a moment. You're right, he finally said. I'll exercise more caution next time. Now that was a lie. While monsters may be dangerous and even lethal to the average demigod, Naruto was not an average demigod. He was a shinobi who had faced threats far larger than any monsters this world had to offer. Thorn may be powerful, but compared to Naruto, he was nothing. Good. Thank you, Naruto, Thalia smiled. Then she tensed. Do you hear that? Naruto tilted his head and listened. Is there a problem? Helicopter, Thalia said. Naruto blinked. Yes. And? The mortal mercenaries had a helicopter, Zoe said grimly as she pulled the steering wheel hard and they veered across 3 lanes into a parking lot. A cacophony of beeps sounded behind them and there was the sound of metal hitting metal. Naruto looked behind them. Hey, you just caused 2 minor traffic accidents. Not the time. The van skidded to a stop and they all got out, looking up at the sky. Perhaps it's just a normal helicopter, Bianca said hopefully. Zoe simply gazed up at it for a moment before shaking her head. It's the same model as the one we encountered at Westover Hall, and I don't believe in coincidences. She squinted. Wait. What is that? It was hard to see through the rain and the clouds, but Naruto could swear there was a black blur darting around the helicopter. Thalia suddenly clenched her fists. No. He wouldn't. There's no way. Naruto looked over, confused. What's happening? Watch, Thalia growled. Naruto frowned but looked up again, shielding his eyes from the rain with his hand. Was the black blur kicking the helicopter? Naruto's eyes widened as he finally got his first clear look. A Pegasus. A black Pegasus. The Pegasus kicked in the helicopter's windshield, shattering it. The helicopter immediately began to spiral out of control, and it began a sharp descent down. Fortunately, there was a small grass field nearby, and the pilot was able to land the helicopter not well though. Naruto winced as the sound of metal scraping against metal reached his ears. The helicopter seemed to crumple inward and it tumbled over several times before finally coming to a stop. I am never going to get into a helicopter or a plane ever again, Bianca whispered. I'm with you, Thalia agreed. The Pegasus descended from the sky until it was in front of them. Percy Jackson jumped down and grinned at them. Hey, he greeted. I heard there was a vacancy. Percy. Naruto grinned. You're here. The rest weren't as enthusiastic. Percy Jackson, Zoe said disdainfully. What are you doing here? Well, I thought over what you and Chiron said. And I realized something. I don't care. Percy's sea-green eyes turned serious. You see, Annabeth is my friend, and I'm going to save her. You broke camp rules. Thalia narrowed her eyes. You realize that Dionysus is going to tear you apart, right? Percy grinned. Nah. I already ran into him. The Pegasus whined. You're making it sound like a casual meeting, boss. He wrapped vines around us and threatened to drive you insane and turn you into a dolphin. Naruto's eyes widened as he understood every word the Pegasus said. Magic was awesome. Percy sighed. True enough, Blackjack. At any rate, after our talk, Mr. D agreed to let me join the quest. So here I am. Zoe's fists clenched. Fine. Let's go. We don't have any time to waste. Percy blinked. Wait, so you're just going to let me join, just like that? You are part of his quest now, Zoe said grudgingly. I do not like it, but there is no changing fate. Naruto coughed. About that. Besides, I do not wish to waste my breath arguing with a boy. It is not worth it. Well, now that you're with them, I guess I'll leave, boss. Percy nodded. Graze, or something. I owe you a sugar cube. The Pegasus snorted. Just one. You owe me a large handful at least. Plus apples. I like apples. Whatever you want, Blackjack, Percy promised. And with that, the Pegasus flew off into the sky, and promptly disappeared. Naruto's eyes widened. How fast was that Pegasus? Hey, should we call an ambulance? Bianca asked hesitantly. I don't think the men in the helicopter. Percy snapped his fingers. I knew I was forgetting something, he muttered. I might have been seeing things, but I'm pretty sure that there were skeletons piloting the helicopter. Zoe tensed up. And you didn't think to tell us that sooner. We need to leave. Now. And that was when the van behind them exploded. Percy flung out his hands and let out a roar as the rain suddenly coalesced and formed a solid wall of water, blocking the shrapnel. Zoe scanned the surroundings, her bow already out. There. A group of men off in the distance, only their skin was dull gray, their flesh was transparent, and their bones shimmered underneath, like X-ray images. Skeletons. One skeleton warrior reloaded an honest-to-sage RPG and aimed it at them. Scatter. Thalia yelled as she already began running. A moment later, the skeleton warrior fired and the grenade streaked towards them, exploding and sending shrapnel everywhere once more. The van blew up. Percy shouted. Chiron is going to flay us alive. I know. Thalia yelled back as she slapped her bracelet and yelled Aegis. It expanded into a shield with the nastiest face Naruto had ever seen engraved on the surface. We'll talk about it later. For now, run. To where? Anywhere but here. I could kill them, Naruto offered, but Zoe immediately shook her head. Those are Spartoi, Naruto. They cannot be killed. Was that a challenge? That sounded like a challenge. I'm serious, Zoe snapped as they sprinted across the parking lot, the skeleton warriors close behind. We don't have the time to waste for you to figure out how to kill them. We have to go. Naruto sighed but complied. He didn't want to make an enemy out of Zoe just yet. Very well. I'll delay them, then. Zoe frowned. How? Her words died in her mouth as several shadow clones appeared. Naruto grinned at her expression. Did I mention I could make clones out of my chakra? That's awesome. Percy was suddenly running next to Naruto. How strong are they? They disperse after just one punch, Naruto admitted. However, he smirked. I doubt the skeletons will be able to land a hit. Sure enough, after a few minutes, they slowed down to a stop in an alleyway. The skeleton warriors were nowhere in sight. The sound of gunfire could be heard a distance behind them. They're still fighting, Zoe said in surprise. I thought your clones would have died a long time ago. I told you I could fight them, Naruto grumbled. You could fight them, but you couldn't kill them, Zoe responded. Naruto paused. She was correct, he realized as one of his clones dispersed and sent him the memories. The skeletons were being easily torn apart, but they were regenerating instantly. It was like fighting Haiden. What do we do now? Thalia asked. We no longer have a van. Percy, I don't suppose you have any more Pegasi? Percy shook his head. I've got nothing. Naruto? Can your chakra summon a car? Nope. Unfortunate. Percy rubbed his chin. We can always just steal a car, but I'd prefer not to. Perhaps we can hire a taxi. And drive cross-country? I doubt any driver would do it. Naruto ignored their conversation as he approached the alley wall. There was something off. His intuition was practically screaming at him. He examined the brick wall. There. That brick was a different color than the rest. He touched it experimental, and gasped when a blue delta lit up and the wall collapsed inwards, revealing an opening. Zoe, Percy, and Thalia instantly jumped back at the noise. What is that? Zoe hissed. A tunnel, Bianca said as she walked forward. It's a tunnel that leads downwards and away from here. Zoe frowned. How do you know that? Bianca paused. I don't know, she admitted. I can sense it. I can't really describe it. Should we enter? Thalia cautiously approached the opening, her spear appearing in her hand. No. Absolutely not. Every fiber of Naruto's being was telling him to get the hell out of there. Going underground, even the thought of it sent a new shiver down Naruto's spine. Apparently, being a son of Artemis meant having an intense aversion to going underground. It made sense, though. The underground was practically the opposite of Artemis's domains. Why? What's wrong? Percy inquired. It's just that. I'm getting a really bad feeling. Don't worry, Percy smiled reassuringly. It'll be fine. He gazed at the entrance. I think we should enter. I mean, it's not like we have any other ideas. Besides, we can always exit if it doesn't work. Zoe nodded. This may be an old tunnel left over from the days of the Civil War built by the Hephaestus children. I heard they had tunnels underneath large areas of the US, perhaps this is one of them. Naruto sighed. Fine. Let's go. He didn't like it, but he was never one to run away. Bianca was the one to lead the way, surprisingly. The second they entered the tunnel, she seemed to stand straighter and there was a new strength to her steps. Naruto glanced at her curiously. Odd. It was as if she just entered her godly parents' dom and received a power boost, just like how Naruto was always stronger whenever he was in a forest. Who was her parent? The god of tunnels? The god of the underground. Underground. Underworld. Underworld. Naruto suddenly stilled as his eyes widened. There's no way. But. Before he could say anything, the entrance behind them shut with a loud clang. Naruto whirled around and immediately jumped back in surprise. There was a solid wall right behind them. The path they had taken was gone, as if it had never existed. Coming down here may have been a mistake, Percy admitted as he uncapped his pen and a glowing bronze sword appeared. Zoe nodded as she drew her own sword. Be careful, she warned. The light from their swords and Thalia's spear cast a dim glow on the walls as they slowly walked forward. They stopped at an intersection. Left, Bianca said without any hesitation. Are you sure? Thalia frowned. Bianca nodded. Yes. Going to the right feels bad. They continued moving for about an hour, navigating the twists and turns. At one point, they had stopped to see a pile of bones on the ground. Human remains. They had quickly moved on. Out of curiosity, Naruto had sent a few shadow clones in the direction that Bianca told them not to go. They had disappeared into the dark tunnels, and dispersed moments later due to a large variety of reasons, including but not limited to, dismemberment, decapitation, defenestration, don't ask Naruto how that happened underground, and large spikes piercing through their bodies. Somehow, every choice Bianca made had been the correct one, and they safely continued their journey down in the tunnels. They rarely talked, the atmosphere was way too creepy for any conversation, and so in the silence, the sound of a fire crackle to life up ahead was like an explosion. They all tensed up as the light from the fire lit up the corridor, revealing a scruffy man. He gave a toothless grin when he saw them and raised his hand in greeting. Hey there, kids. Y'all need to get warmed up. They stared. How stupid do you think we are? Thalia asked incredulously. Are you really going to try to act like a harmless homeless man? The man scratched his head. Yeah, in retrospect, perhaps this wasn't the best idea. He sighed. But I promise you, I mean you no harm. Zoe stepped forward. Who are you? The man raised his hand to his heart, wounded. You don't recognize me, Sweeth, he coughed. That is to say, I do not know who you are and I have never seen you before today. My name is Fred. It's good to meet you. They exchanged glances. In all of history, there has only been one man who continued to call me sweetheart. All the others did it once. Just once, Zoe said darkly. What are you doing here? Apollo. The man sighed as his disguise vanished in a flash of golden light and his normal form replaced it. Damn. Curse my smooth tongue, it failed me when I needed it the most. Apollo flashed them a grin. Heya, campers and hunters and Naruto. The temperature around them seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Naruto paled considerably as he tried his hardest to turn himself invisible. When that failed to work, he slowly backed up until he was standing behind everyone. Then he spoke. What's up, Apollo? He smiled casually as if he wasn't using his quest mate as meat shields. Apollo took a step forward, his body emitting a bright golden light. After being in the darkness of the tunnel, the intensity of the light was blinding. What's up? He hissed. Is that all you are going to say after what you did? Naruto took a deep breath to ready himself. Then he smirked. Apollo tensed up despite himself. They locked eyes and had a silent staring match, Naruto exuding as much confidence as he possibly could and Apollo trying to determine if Naruto was bluffing once again or if he truly had a hidden surprise. It was bad enough being embarrassed in front of the gods, it was a whole other thing to be humiliated in front of the ladies. And Percy, of course. Percy watched the standoff with confusion. Naruto? What's wrong? Apollo and I had a mild disagreement before I left for Camp Half-Blood. Naruto tilted his head. Did I not mention that? Nope. Huh. My bad. Naruto surreptitiously reached into this kunao pouch, looking for his smoke bombs. If things turned ugly, he did not want to be trapped with an enraged Apollo in a confined space. Sure, there was a chance that he might die if he ran into the wrong tunnel, but quite honestly, Apollo scared him more. He blinked as a spark of inspiration hit him. Wait. What am I doing? Apollo shrugged. No idea. A smart demigod would be running away screaming right now. Why are you still here talking? Naruto shook his head, a smile slowly spreading on his face. No, that's not it. You can't do anything to me, he breathed. I'm on the quest now. I'm protected by the ancient laws. Apollo narrowed his eyes. Is that truly what you think? Naruto nodded. Yup. I'm calling your bluff, Apollo. A moment. 2. Then Apollo deflated. You're right, he sighed. As much as I want to inflict some painful punishments on you, now that you're on the quest, any direct interference from me is prohibited. Even me being here right now is risky. Naruto silently breathed a sigh of relief. That's what I thought. So, what are you doing here? Apollo tapped his chin. Let's see here. Ah, yes. What in the name of Hades are you doing in the labyrinth? Zoe's eyes widened. We're in the labyrinth. Yup. Which just begs the question, why are you guys down here and how haven't you all died a gruesome death yet? Wait, labyrinth. Percy spoke up confusedly. The thing the Minotaur was trapped in. Apollo nodded. Indeed, Percy. The labyrinth, Daedalus' greatest and most terrible creation. A living underground maze that extends across the entire world. Also renowned for being a death maze that most beings who enter do not exit. Percy blinked. Naruto, what did you get us into? How is any of this my fault? Naruto protested. You were the one who opened up the entrance in the first place. Yeah, but I explicitly said that we should not go down here. Ah, so it's Naruto's fault. I see, that makes sense. Apollo nodded in understanding. Excuse me. But I don't get it. Apollo shook his head confusedly. How are you guys still alive and sane? You've been down here for half a day already. Half a day. Zoe repeated. How? We've been down here for an hour at most. She paused. Time flows differently down here, she guessed. Apollo nodded. Correct. At any rate, how are you all alive and sane? If you've been moving non-stop for an entire hour, then it's virtually impossible for you guys to have guessed the safe path to take every single time. It goes against mathematics itself. It was Bianca. Thalia spoke up. Apollo turned his gaze to the newest hunter. Oh? Elaborate. She was the one to lead us, Thalia explained. At every intersection, she always chose the correct path, with the alternate paths being lethal. Naruto sent in clones to check. Apollo stared at Bianca, who slowly began to flush under the intensity of his gaze. I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to do that? A daughter of Tik, the goddess of luck, perhaps. Apollo mused, ignoring her. Or maybe even Hecate. The labyrinth utilizes vast amounts of mist to function. I don't know, Bianca shrugged helplessly. Apollo scrutinized her. Whatever. You all need to get out of the labyrinth now. When you're down here, you're shielded from the vision of the gods, and by extension, their help and assistance as well. I've heard stories of dead souls that hid from Hades and then Atos themselves by hiding in the labyrinth. Besides, even though you've been lucky so far, there's no guarantee that the labyrinth won't lead you straight into Tartarus, or something. He paused before muttering under his breath, this isn't your quest anyways. Thalia frowned. Then how did you find us if the labyrinth shields us from view? Apollo grinned. I have awesome prophecy powers. Then can you tell us where Artemis is? Apollo's face darkened. I know a lot, and I see a lot. But even I don't know that. She's clouded from me. I don't like it. And Annabeth. Percy spoke up. Apollo frowned. Oh, you mean that girl you lost? I don't know. What about the monster Artemis was hunting? Zoe asked. Do you know what it was? No, Apollo shook his head. Yeah, I can definitely see just how awesome your prophecy powers are, Naruto muttered dryly. Hey, give me a break, Apollo defended. Prophecies and visions come to me, not the other way around. Besides, I'm fairly certain Artemis is in a foreign domain, which is why I am unable to locate her. As for the monster, however, there is one who know. His name is Nereus, the old man of the sea. You can find him in San Francisco. He has a long memory and a sharp eye, and he may possess knowledge that even my oracle doesn't know. But it's your oracle, Percy protested. Can't you tell us what the prophecy means? Apollo sighed dramatically. You might as well ask an artist to explain his art, or ask a poet to explain his poem. Basically, he's saying that he has no clue, Naruto summarized. But seriously? None at all. Apollo hesitated. Contrary to popular belief, not everything is fated or predestined to happen. Some things are, yes, but for the large part, there are infinite possibilities, and even a god cannot know them all. Prophecies are vague for a reason, while always come true, the process in which they come true is malleable. Just like how there are many ways to kill a human, there are many ways for a prophecy to realize itself. He frowned. That was a bad analogy. Terrible, Naruto agreed. But dang. For the god of prophecy, you're kinda useless. Apollo's eyes flashed dangerously as Percy, Thalia, and Zoe slowly backed away from Naruto. When she saw that Bianca wasn't moving, Zoe reached out and pulled Bianca away as well. Naruto, Apollo began exuding a menacing aura. I may not be able to touch you while you're on this quest. But once it is over, his fingers twitched. You will rue this day. Naruto paused. If you're trying to be scary, you're not very good at it. I mean, who even uses the word rue? The menacing aura vanished as Apollo pouted. He actually pouted. You think? I admit, father is better at being dramatic than me, but I think my execution was pretty good. Naruto chuckled, thinking of Nagato and Obito, hell, even Zabuza. Trust me, if you want to do scary, you're going to have to try really damn hard. Naruto. Zoe began cautiously. You do know what he did to that one satyr? That never happened, Apollo instantly said. I deny all accusations. He winked at Thalia. Don't listen to Zoe, she's just trying to besmirch my good name. And he shot her a dazzling smile. Naruto watched in horror as Thalia blushed. Was this Apollo's womanizing ways that Artemis warned him about? Apollo snapped his fingers. Well, in any case, you guys should probably leave the labyrinth before lava comes pouring in, or something. My prophecy powers may not be telling me where Artemis is or what monster she was hunting, but it did tell me. You should go straight ahead, take a right, take another right, go through the false wall, then go up. There should be an exit there. Good luck, heroes. You'll need it. Thanks Apollo, Percy grinned. No problem. Oh, and one more thing. Naruto. Apollo waited until he commanded Naruto's full attention. Then he smirked. I'm banning Hestia from making ramen for the next month. And he vanished in a flash of golden light. Naruto stared off into space, unmoving, as still as a statue. Naruto? Are you alright? Thalia asked in concern. A single tear trickled down Naruto's cheek. He can't do this, he whispered. He can't. I'll stop him. Right. Well, if we truly are in a death maze, we should probably get out. What did Apollo say we should do again? Follow me, Bianca said determinedly. I know the way, I can sense it. Percy stared at her with an unrecognizable expression. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Did he also have the same suspicions as Naruto? Were you bitten by a spider when you were little? Percy asked. Naruto face-palmed. Nope, never mind. Bianca frowned. No? Why? Percy shrugged. It's as if you have a spidey sense. What? Percy scrunched his eyebrows together. You know one of Spider-Man's powers? His spidey sense. Who's Spider-Man? Bianca asked confusedly. Percy paused. You don't know who Spider-Man is? Bianca shook her head nervously. No. Should I? But how? Percy looked lost. How about Iron Man? The Hulk? Never heard of them. Percy scratched his head. Huh. That's odd. He shrugged. Whatever. Spider-Man is a superhero who was bitten by a radioactive spider and got special powers, one of them being his spidey sense, which gave him a sixth sense, kinda like how you navigating the labyrinth. Oh. Thanks, I guess. Percy smiled. You're welcome. The wall in front of them collapsed as Naruto located yet another blue delta and touched it. They walked out to find themselves outside of a boarded-up taco shop that looked like it had shut down a long time ago. There was a junkyard across from it. Mountains of old cars, appliances, and other scrap metal that seemed to go on forever. A sign on the side of a post office that read Gila Claw, Arizona. It was nighttime, and the stars were out. No way, Thalia breathed. That's impossible. There's no way we could have traveled thousands of miles in just a few hours. Time and space is distorted within the labyrinth, Zoe surmised. Naruto's eyes widened. So you're saying that going just 1 meter in the labyrinth might mean going an entire mile in the real world? Zoe nodded. I do not know the exact conversion rate, but in essence, yes. Was the labyrinth its own dimension? What sort of space-time magic was involved? This was insane. What should we do now? Bianca asked. Zoe examined the junkyard. Apollo led us to this exit for a reason. There's probably something essential in the junkyard, perhaps an enchanted vehicle that will allow us to reach San Francisco. Thalia shrugged. Perhaps. Let's check it out. She was interrupted by a blazing light from down the road. The headlights of a car appeared out of nowhere. Naruto tensed up. Did the skeleton warriors reach them? There was no way. A deathly white limousine slid to a stop in front of them. The back door of the limo opened right next to Percy. Before he could step away, the point of a sword flicked out, and was promptly blocked by a kunai. Naruto glared at the occupant in the car. Fortunately, it wasn't a skeleton warrior. Oh? Kid, not bad. A man stepped out of the car and Naruto pushed chakra to his muscles to continue pushing the sword back. His arm shook slightly. Whoever the man was, he was strong. A big man with a crew cut, a black leather biker's jacket, black jeans, a white muscle shirt, and combat boots. Wrap-around shades hid his eyes. Ares, Percy growled. Ares glanced at Naruto. At ease. He snapped his fingers and Naruto's kunai fell to the ground. Another kunai replaced it almost immediately. The war god's eyebrows rose in surprise. Kid, this is a friendly meeting. Unless, of course, you insist it not to be, in which case I will gladly oblige. He smirked. Naruto hesitated. Besides almost taking off Percy's head, Ares hadn't made any threatening moves. Lower your sword, Naruto said. Ares chuckled. Very well. His sword disappeared from view. Satisfied, Naruto lowered his kunai as well. You have a good reaction time, Ares said in approval. Naruto inclined his head. Thank you. You're pretty strong yourself. What are you doing here, Lord Ares? Zoe asked cautiously. Ares shrugged. Well, I was going to get some, let's just say, happy time, if you know what I mean. He raised his eyebrows suggestively. Zoe recoiled in disgust. Sadly, my lady decided that she wanted to see a certain piece of shit. He means me, Percy explained helpfully. Your lady? Who is that? Thalia frowned. Ares looked over at her. Well. Thalia, daughter of Zeus. You're not hanging out with very good company. Well, except for the kid. He's not half bad. What's your business, Ares? Thalia asked. Who's in the limo? She paused. Oh. It's her, isn't it? Ares grinned. Indeed. Well, she only wants the piece of shit, so the rest of you, scram. We will not leave Percy alone with you, Lord Ares, Zoe said respectfully, but there was a hint of steel in her voice. Ares heaved a heavy sigh. See, here's the thing. I'm already in a pretty shitty mood tonight. I like my happy time, you see, and because of you guys, I'm not getting it. So I'm warning you, don't push me. Go get yourselves some tacos, or something. Naruto looked over. The taco place is closed, he observed. Ares snapped his fingers and the lights inside the shop suddenly blazed to life. The closed sign flipped to open and the boards flew off the door. You were saying? I stand corrected. It's fine, Percy spoke up. I'll handle this. Ares grinned. You heard the piece of shit. He's big and strong. So leave. Now. Naruto hesitated before turning around. Have Naruto stay? A female voice called out from inside the limo. Naruto whirled around, surprised. Ares frowned. Who? Oh, you mean the kid? All right. He motioned at Naruto. You heard her. Stay. Naruto shrugged, taking it in stride. All right. Zoe, Bianca, and Thalia shot them one last concerned glance before heading over to the taco restaurant. Ares regarded Percy with a look of loathing, then opened the limousine door like a chauffeur. Get inside, punk. And mind your manners, she's not as forgiving of rudeness as I am. Then he turned to regard Naruto. Kid, I have no idea why she wants to see you, but try not to anger her. You make a fine warrior, and I would hate to see your life be destroyed. That wasn't ominous at all. XXX they got into the limo and Percy's jaw promptly dropped at the sight of the woman. Naruto didn't notice, however. The second he saw her, Naruto froze and his thoughts screeched to a halt. Slender. Long, dark blue hair. Pale violet eyes. Ah, there you are, Percy, Hinata. Naruto whispered. She turned to him, confused. What? No. It wasn't Hinata. She looked like her, but she had none of Hinata's innocence or charm. Who are you? Naruto demanded. The woman smiled. I am Aphrodite. The goddess of love. Oh shit. This wasn't good. This is a PJOO universe. Honestly, I had completely forgotten to give Naruto the ability to talk to animals, however when you think about it, it would make no sense whatsoever to not give him the ability. Wild animals, after all, fall under Artemis's domain. The labyrinth is pretty fascinating, now that I really think about it. Self-expanding, sentient, outside the normal flow of space-time. I have quite a lot of plans for it. Clearly, the canon Titans were unaware of the concept of guerrilla warfare. It shall not be the case here. Speaking of the Titans, the original plot of Titan's Curse really made no sense from a tactical standpoint. I mean, what did the Titans really achieve? Sure, Atlas was freed, but so what? I refuse to believe that Cronus would be that stupid to pull such a major move and not do everything he can to gain everything from it. Artemis was captured, but nothing happened. Well, screw that. Expanding on Bianca's powers is kinda fun. We never got to see what she could do, 'cause she died, so I have full creative liberty. To Aphrodite, that was unacceptable. To her, it was an active attack on her domain. It would be as if Aphrodite had a group of followers who actively destroyed forests. After all, by requiring the hunters to swear off love, Artemis was essentially destroying their chances of falling in love. She had also said numerous times that love was useless, and love will only lead to despair, phrases that didn't exactly endear herself to Aphrodite. The hatred was mutual. On multiple occasions, Aphrodite had used her magic to cause a hunter to go astray and fall in love against her will and break her oath. And Artemis could not allow a hunter who broke their oath to remain with the hunters, and so she was always forced to abandon the hunter. Given the fact that the hunters were essentially Artemis's family, it was understandable exactly why Artemis despised Aphrodite so much. While Aphrodite couldn't do anything to Artemis directly, if she found out that Naruto was Artemis's child, it wouldn't be pretty. If Naruto was lucky, she would just tell the other Olympians and force a vote to blast him out of existence. After all, his very existence as a male child of Artemis goes against the natural laws of the world itself. He is something that should not exist, an abomination of the highest degree. If there is one thing that nearly all the gods can agree on, it's that they don't like change. Of course, that would only happen if Naruto was lucky. Besides, if they did vote to blast him out of existence, Naruto was confident enough that he would pass the vote. And even if he was voted to be blasted out of existence, he could always pull out S-Path's Sage Mode. However, that would be a double-edged sword, because once it's revealed how powerful he truly is, the gods would undoubtedly think of him as a threat and try to dispose of him. Naruto did not want to be the cause of a war within his family. Ever. Not unless there was no other choice. If Naruto was unlucky, however, well, Aphrodite was the goddess of love. Making Naruto's life miserable could be done very easily. Next to Naruto, Percy made some weird choking noises, as if he forgot how to breathe. Naruto rolled his eyes and elbowed him in the gut. "OOF, thanks, Naruto," Percy said sheepishly as he regained his senses. Naruto didn't blame him. Even as he watched, Aphrodite's features shifted to pink hair and green eyes. Sakura. Her appearance constantly shifted, growing more and more perfect and beautiful by the second. Genjutsu, perhaps. Naruto idly wondered if it would be rude to stab himself with a kunai, but decided against it. He had to keep a low profile. It was bad enough that Aphrodite asked for him specifically. He didn't know why, and quite frankly, he didn't want to know, he just wanted to get away. Who is Hinata? Even that innocent question sounded seductive in Aphrodite's voice. Naruto tensed slightly. Ah, right. In his initial surprise, he had blurted out her name. Shizune. He already told Percy that the only people he has met in his life were Apollo, Artemis, and Hestia. She's a video game character. Aphrodite frowned. Oh. I see. Then she turned back to Percy, ignoring Naruto entirely. Percy, hold this, please. Aphrodite handed Percy a polished mirror. She leaned forward and dabbed at her lipstick. Was there something wrong with her face? She looked fine to Naruto, but then again, he wasn't exactly experienced in the art of makeup. Well, besides his kabuki paint, but he doubted that it counted. Do you know why you're here? Aphrodite addressed Percy. I don't know, Percy responded. Because Ares would have tried to decapitate me otherwise. Aphrodite hummed. Perhaps my question was too vague. Why are you here on this quest? Artemis has been captured. Aphrodite rolled her eyes. Oh, Artemis. Please. I mean, if they were going to kidnap a goddess, she should be breathtakingly beautiful, don't you think? I pity the poor dears who have to imprison Artemis. She is truly a dreadful sight to look at. Naruto had multiple objections to that. But I digress. I know that's why the others are on the quest. They wish to save Artemis and defeat the monster she was hunting. I'm more interested in you. Annabeth is in danger, Percy automatically answered, as if some compulsion had overtaken him and forced him to reply. Aphrodite beamed. Exactly. A quest for true love. Oh, it's perfect. Percy blushed. It's not, I'm not, Aphrodite waved her hand. Don't deny it, Percy. You know how close Annabeth was to joining the hunters. Her eyes flashed angrily at that. It appeared Percy had forgotten how to speak. He slowly lowered the mirror. Aphrodite sighed. Come on, Percy. I'm on your side here. I'm the reason you're here, after all. Percy blinked. What? The t-shirt laced with centaur blood the Stahl brothers gave Phoebe, Aphrodite smiled. Did you think they came up with that themselves? Of course, that plan failed due to young Naruto over here. The hunters also thwarted several other of my attempts, the poisoned food, the exploding bow. Fortunately, the murmurkies I stirred up in the end convinced Phoebe to give up. Wait. Hold up. What? That was you? Naruto demanded. She nodded with no shame. Of course. Why, who did you think it was? Cronus. The Titans. Naruto didn't say any of that out loud, of course. He could only stare at her incredulously. She tried to seriously hurt the hunters so Percy could go on the quest? Because, really. These hunters are just so boring. Going on to a quest to save Artemis, let her stay lost, I say. But a quest for true love. Aphrodite sighed dreamily. It's perfect. Annabeth was about to throw her life away and join the hunters. And you, Percy Jackson, can save her from that. It's so romantic. Did she just say that? Romantic? Wait, what are you? Now see here, Percy, Aphrodite leaned forward. The hunters are your enemies. Forget them and Artemis and the monster. They're not important. Instead, concentrate on finding and saving Annabeth. She did not just say that. Something cracked. It was Naruto's patience. Artemis is not important. Naruto's voice shook with barely restrained anger. Aphrodite turned to him, surprised. Oh? I remember you. You were the kid with that new power. Chi, was it? Chakra. Whatever, Aphrodite dismissed. You're still young, you don't understand love yet. Love conquers all. Fighting for a useless goddess and some dusty old monster, boring. But fighting for love. She smiled at Percy. That's something worth fighting for, perhaps even dying for. Yeah, I'd like to keep the dying at the minimum. Percy glanced at Naruto worriedly, as if he was afraid that Naruto was going to say something that would get them both vaporized. Anyway, it's been nice talking to you and all, but I think we shall go. So eager to go save Annabeth, Aphrodite mused. It's too cute. We haven't had a good tragic love story in a long time. I look forward to seeing how yours unfolds. Hold up, tragic. You realize, Lady Aphrodite, Naruto interrupted, that Artemis is vital for the fight against the Titans, correct? And that the monster she was hunting would bring the downfall of Olympus. Aphrodite sighed impatiently. Please. Are you really worried about the Titans? What are they going to do? And besides, the hunters are already taking care of that. No, what truly matters is that Percy gets reunited with Annabeth and prevents her from becoming a hunter. Wow. Naruto knew that many of the gods didn't care about the Titans, but wow. It's one thing to hear about it, it's another thing to actually see it in action. He was starting to fully understand why the council meeting would be doomed without Artemis. Yeah, I'm pretty worried about the Titans, Percy piped up. You know, since they're trying to cause the destruction of Western civilization. And kill me. Emphasis on the kill me part. Oh, don't be dramatic, Aphrodite waved her hand dismissively. At any rate, follow your heart. My heart doesn't exactly have a GPS, Percy said dryly. How am I supposed to know where it's going? Aphrodite smiled sympathetically. Not knowing is half the fun. Exquisitely painful, isn't it? Not being sure who you love and who loves you? Oh, you kids. It's too cute. But don't worry, Percy. I'm not going to let this be easy and boring for you. No, I have some wonderful surprises in store. Anguish? Indecision? Oh, you just wait. Percy's expression darkened. What? Now, you'd better go. Aphrodite waved her hand and the mirror on Percy's lap disappeared. And do be careful in my husband's territory. Don't take anything. He's awfully fussy about his trinkets and broken projects, even if they are just trash. What did you mean by anguish? Percy demanded. Are you going to screw up my love life? Aphrodite's hand flew to her mouth, shocked. Of course not. I'm only trying to help you, Percy. There are dark times ahead for you, but as long as you stay strong and follow your heart, you will eventually see the light. And before Percy could respond, the car door opened and Ares grabbed him and tossed him unceremoniously out of the car. Percy landed on his feet with a glare. Hey, what's the big idea? Ares shut the door behind them, leaving Naruto alone with Aphrodite. Outside, Naruto could hear Percy and Ares begin throwing insults at each other. So, I should get going as well. Naruto reached for the door. He didn't want to even be near Aphrodite. Naruto, what are you hiding? Naruto froze before quickly plastering on a confused smile. What? Aphrodite leaned forward and Naruto drew in a sharp breath. Her appearance changed again. Red hair. Violet eyes. Beautiful. Naruto, I'm the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite smiled. Her voice broke the illusion. She may look like Kushina, but she wasn't. I know when someone is concealing their appearance. Wait. Oh no. What do you mean? Naruto frowned. Inwardly, he was panicking. She detected his henge. Damn it. He had underestimated her. Aphrodite sighed impatiently. Don't lie to me, Naruto. Appearances are within my domain, and so trust me when I say that you are not who you appear you are. She reached out her hand and touched Naruto's face gently. So tell me. What are you hiding? Naruto tensed up as he sensed something foreign being emitted from Aphrodite. Divine power. A moment later, he felt his chakra cracking and the henge dispelling. His eyes widened in shock as he tried to hastily reapply the henge, but it didn't work. The henge refused to form. She blocked his chakra? How? What the hell? No. It wasn't that. His chakra was working, she was simply altering reality itself. Appearances were her domain and as such she had absolute control over all its aspects. It would be the same as trying to use a water jutsu against Poseidon. He had absolute control and as such the water would simply refuse to respond to the chakra. Gods could literally alter the reality of their domains on a whim. It was like having admin level commands in a game where you could literally set change appearance equals false. What? Aphrodite whispered, looking at his face. What in the name of Ouranos? Did it not work? She shook her head. No, I sense no other illusions on you. Which means this is your true form. But how? Naruto laughed nervously. Well, this is awkward. My mother is Leto. Which is why I have a resemblance to Artemis. We're half-siblings. Gods, he hoped it worked. Don't lie, Aphrodite murmured, still half frozen in shock. Leto would have told me. Besides, she's been on Delos for the past several centuries, and I know for a fact she hasn't gotten together with any mortal. You're Artemis's child, aren't you? This explains your strange attachment to her, as well as why the satyr said you had her scent. Then her face twisted into a hateful snarl. I see. So Artemis had a child, huh? Just when I thought she couldn't go any lower. Don't speak about her like that, Naruto snapped. His secret was out. There was no point in being polite and going under the radar anymore. You disgust me, you know that. Aphrodite's mouth dropped open. Excuse me. You're the goddess of love. Naruto narrowed his eyes. But instead of helping others find true love, all you do is find sick entertainment in the suffering of others. A tragic love story? Anguish and indecision? What right do you have to mess with Percy life like that? You're not playing a video game, you're playing with a person's life here. Aphrodite stared at him, as if having trouble believing that he was speaking to her like that. Outside, the sound of Percy and Ares' argument abruptly cut to a stunned silence. Then, in perfect synchronization, Naruto heard them step slowly away from the car, as if getting out of the splatter zone of an imminent explosion. You dare! Aphrodite hissed, and finally at long last, Kushina's face melted away and was replaced by the face of Haku. Naruto blanched in horror. He wasn't attracted to Haku. Haku was a guy. Naruto wasn't gay. Sure, Haku was prettier than most of the girls Naruto had seen, but still. What the hell? Unless that must be it. Haku must have lied to Naruto and she truly was a girl. Naruto nodded once resolutely. Haku was a girl. Aphrodite must have interpreted Naruto's look of horror as him finally realizing what he was saying to her, a goddess. So you finally understand. But no amount of apologies will make me forgive you. Naruto, the male child of Artemis. No wonder why we're kept hidden by Apollo. She looked at him with a newfound hatred. I wonder. Yes, that will do. Oh, that is perfect. Naruto glanced at her warily, but Aphrodite simply smiled viciously. Goodbye, Naruto. Have fun with the hunters. What do you mean? Naruto demanded. Let's just say you're going to have some difficulty reapplying your clever little illusion. Aphrodite laughed cruelly. Oh, I wonder how the hunters will react to that. To know that their precious mistress broke the oath and had a male child? I wonder how long it will be until their love for their mistress turns to hatred. She leaned in close and whispered, as if she was sharing a secret, love and hate are awfully similar to each other, you see. It wouldn't be too difficult to twist their love for their mistress into a seething hatred. Naruto's hands clenched into fists. She was just asking to get punched in the face. Artemis's reaction to that would be beautiful, Aphrodite smiled. Of course, her pain would be nothing compared to the pain of all the girls out there who she robbed of love, but even a tiny fraction of that would be enough. It's been centuries since I've done anything of this level to Artemis. Thank you, Naruto, for the opportunity. Don't you dare do a single thing to the hunters of Artemis. Naruto's chakra thrummed agitatedly beneath his skin. Why would you even do this? Aphrodite shrugged. Terrible acts have been committed in the name of love. Just look at Helen and Paris. Then she smirked. Oh, and I should mention. After I have successfully influenced the minds of the hunters, don't look at me like that. There, the victims here, I'll begin a little vote to, how do I put this, blast you out of existence. It's nothing personal. You are an abomination, and I'm rather interested to see how Artemis would react to her child being killed in front of her. Do you think cry? Personally, I don't think so. She's much too cold-hearted for that. Naruto was silent for a moment. I thought the goddess of love would be kind, caring, and compassionate. But clearly, I was wrong. You know, after spending so much time with Apollo, Artemis, and Hestia, I had forgotten just how horrible you gods are. Aphrodite chuckled. You think Artemis and Apollo haven't done infinitely more horrible things? Don't make me laugh. Then, before Naruto could respond, she snapped her fingers. The door opened and he was forcibly thrown out of the car by an invisible force, landing hard on his feet. Have a nice night, Naruto. Naruto spoke slowly and clearly so there would be no possible way she'd mishear what he said. I finally understand why my mother despises you. His eyes flashed. It's because you're a first-rate bitch. Then he shut the door behind him, not even bothering to see Aphrodite's reaction. The limousine immediately disappeared in a flash of pink light. Naruto turned to face Percy and Ares, who were staring at him with a mixture of incredulity, disbelief, and horror. Holy, Percy began in a fearful yet almost odd voice. Shit, Ares finished, a hint of respect appearing in his eyes. For just a moment, there existed no animosity between the two, only a strange camaraderie, as if they had just bonded over the absolute insanity that just occurred. How are you still alive? Percy breathed. I have never seen someone speak to her like that without her causing them to fall in love with an inanimate object, Ares agreed. Naruto's face darkened. She can cause more pain to Artemis if she keeps me alive. Oh yeah. You're Artemis's kid, huh? Ares rubbed his chin, examining Naruto. I gotta say, it's almost scary how much you resemble her. How did that happen? Naruto shrugged wordlessly. He didn't want to elaborate on the details of his birth. Primarily because he didn't understand the details of his birth all that much. She didn't break her oath, if that's what you're asking. The details are complicated. Ares nodded in understanding. So you're like one of Athena's kids. Well, nothing personal, but since my lady friend hates you, I gotta hate you as well. He sighed. It's a shame too, you had the potential to become a great warrior. Naruto smirked. Who said I wasn't already one? His eyebrows rose. Oh? Wanna fight? Naruto hesitated before shaking his head. Apologies, Lord Ares, but we're still on a quest. Perhaps afterwards. Ares grinned. I'll remember that. Wait, hold on, if Artemis didn't break her oath, then how were you born? Percy asked confusedly. And what do you mean by Athena's kids? Naruto and Ares paused. Naruto began, you do know that gods don't necessarily need to, have their happy time to make children, right? Ares continued. At Percy's blank look, he rolled his eyes. Damn, how can you be this stupid? You know that Athena is a maiden goddess. At this, Percy's eyes widened. She is. Naruto nodded. Yup. She combines her thoughts with immortals, essentially creating a brainchild. What? Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. You mean Annabeth is a brainchild? Percy stared at Naruto. And you're the same. More or less. Naruto replied before looking over at the taco shop. He hesitated. Hey Percy, can you do me a favor? Don't tell the hunters anything. Please. Percy nodded. Got it. I couldn't hear anything, but I did hear that if the hunters found out about you, Aphrodite would do some pretty bad things. And I wouldn't want that. Oh, and can you also keep what she said to me a secret too? Yeah, of course. Kid, hate to break it to you, but Aphrodite already placed a spell on you, Ares cut in. You can't alter your appearance. Unless you somehow get Eros to come help you, but I doubt that would happen. A spell on me, Naruto thought it over. Perhaps. He brought his hands together in a hand seal again and concentrated. A moment later, silver chakra exploded out of him as he gathered as much as he possibly could. Naruto's eyes flickered for a moment. Silver? Whoa. Percy stepped back in shock, but Naruto paid him no heed. He was wasting a lot of chakra here. Extremely inefficient. It would be as if he summoned a tsunami to fill a single glass of water. But then again, in this analogy, there's something blocking the glass of water, and Naruto has to try to break through it. A little more. His tenketsu burned as the pressure built up within himself. 3 times the amount of chakra Kakashi-sensei had. Now. Henge no jutsu. Ares' eyes widened behind his shades as pink light shattered around Naruto like broken glass before Naruto became a blonde-haired blue-eyed boy once more. What in Tartarus? He muttered as he took off his shades to get a better look, exposing explosions where his eyes should be. And then it was over. The silver light died down as the chakra dissipated into the air. Naruto stood there, having casually broken Aphrodite's spell. What the fuck was that? Ares demanded. Percy looked over, appalled. Dude, he's like 10 years old. Language. Shut the fuck up. What he just did was impossible. Aphrodite has absolute control over her domain. What the fuck? Ares had a look of utter confusion and disbelief on his face. Not even the gods can break her spells. It worked. Naruto grinned in exhilaration. For once, his strategy of adding more chakra worked out. Kid, I'm serious. How did you just do that? Naruto shrugged. My chakra's awesome, of course. If a god's powers were like having admin-level commands, then Naruto's chakra was a hack altogether. Ares shook his head in bewilderment. Right, okay then. He glanced up at the sky. You realize that the other gods probably saw this, right? And they know your secret. Naruto grimaced. Yeah. I do. Ares nodded. Expect a meeting with Athena soon. She'll have a lot of questions for you. Oh, and kid? For what it's worth, good luck. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Lord Ares. Ares snapped his fingers and the world spun around them in a cloud of red dust. Naruto was knocked briefly off balance as Percy just flat out fell to the ground. When the world stopped spinning, the road, the taco restaurant, everything was gone. Zoe, Bianca, Thalia, Percy, and Naruto were standing in the middle of the junkyard, mountains of scrap metal stretched out in every direction. XXX Aphrodite, Zoe hissed after Naruto and Percy filled them in on what happened, minus a few details. I hate that goddess. Are you two alright? Percy and Naruto exchanged a glance. We're fine. No problem. She didn't threaten Naruto or anything. Nor did she promise to make Percy's love life hell. They both nodded in sync. Nothing happened. Really? Thalia asked doubtfully. Yup. For sure. So. Percy said, anxious to change the subject. How do we get out of here? That way, Zoe said. That is west. How can you tell? Zoe rolled her eyes. Ursa Major is in the north, which means that must be west. She pointed west, then at the northern constellation. Oh yeah, Percy nodded. The bear thing. Zoe narrowed her eyes. Show some respect. It was a fine bear. A worthy opponent. Naruto nodded in agreement. Indeed. Artemis had told him about the story of Callisto before. Zoe shot Naruto a surprised glance but didn't comment on it. At any rate, if what you say about this being her husband's junkyard is true, then we should leave. Thalia nodded. This is the junkyards of the gods. Don't touch anything. They slowly made their way, staring at the piles of junk around them in awe. Gold, silver, refrigerators, car parts, swords, bows. Look. Bianca picked up a bow that glowed silver in moonlight. A hunter's bow. Thalia glared at Zoe. What? Zoe said defensively. She's new, she hasn't even gone through how to not anger the gods 101 yet. Bianca, when we say to don't touch anything, we mean it. The gods are extremely protective of their stuff. Drop it. Bianca deflated. Alright, whoa. The bow began to shrink and became a hair clip shaped like a crescent moon. It's just like Percy's sword, Bianca, Zoe said grimly. On top of the gods being protective of their stuff, all these items are in this junkyard for a reason. They are defective. Or cursed. Bianca reluctantly set down the hair clip. Shall we run? Naruto suggested. They were wasting time right now. Zoe nodded. Just don't trip. They began sprinting west. Naruto and Zoe led the way, easily navigating past all the junk. Percy and Bianca were right behind them and Thalia was in the rear, on the lookout for enemies with her spear. Finally, they saw the edge of the junkyard about half a mile ahead of them, the lights of a highway stretching through the desert. However, what is that? Bianca gasped. Ahead of them was a hill larger than the others, the length of a training field and as tall as the two-story building. It was made completely out of metal, and at one end was 10 thick metal columns, wedged tightly together. They looked like toes. Really large toes. Zoe and Thalia exchanged nervous glances. Let's go around, Thalia said. Far around. Why? Percy asked, frowning. The road is right there. He paused as he realized the full implications of there being huge metal toes on the ground. Oh. Never mind. After several minutes of walking, they finally stepped onto the highway. We made it out, Zoe breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank the gods. A little too soon. Behind them, Naruto heard a sound that he could only describe as 1,000 azure path panes getting blown into tiny metal pieces. He whirled around only to see a giant bronze giant in full Greek battle armor. Those were toes of a Gia metal giant. It stood taller than the Hokage mountain. A machine that big? How? Talos. Zoe's bow was out in a flash. But no. It can't be the original. It's too small. Too small. It must be a prototype, Thalia guessed. A defective model. The metal giant moved, drawing a rusty and dull sword easily 100 feet long. It raised the sword high above its head, its joints creaking. Then it slammed its sword down on top of the demigods. They scattered immediately. Naruto frowned as he backflipped in the air and landed on top of a truck with a broken windshield. They were wasting time right now. Zoe, he yelled. Do you have any explosive arrows? No. She yelled back as she fired a volley of arrows that shattered harmlessly against the giant's face. The giant attacked Thalia, interspersing his strikes with stomps on the ground that sent debris rocketing everywhere at great speeds. Naruto reached into his kunai pouch and withdrew several arrows, although they weren't normal arrows. Instead of a metal arrowhead, there was instead a crystal filled with a green liquid. A Greek fire arrow. Here. He threw them to her like he will throw kunai. Zoe caught them out of the air effortlessly, looking at them in surprise. Greek fire arrows. She smirked. I see growing up with Apollo has its benefits. You take care of the giant. I'll go check if Percy and Bianca are okay. There might be other defenses set up here. Naruto closed his eyes and extended senses. There. He quickly made his way over to behind a broken chariot, where Percy and Bianca were crouched, having a tense discussion. It was for Nico, Bianca was saying, tears in her eyes. There was a small metal figurine in her hand. Mythomagic. It was the only figurine he didn't have. Throw it down, Percy suggested. Maybe the giant will leave us alone. She did, but it didn't seem to do anything. She clenched her fists. It's my fault that the giant is attacking. I'll make it right. I'll hold it off while you guys get away. Percy's eyes grew wide. Bianca, no. You're still new to being a demigod. You're not allowed to have self-sacrificing tendencies yet. She shook her head. No. It's fine. I need to take responsibility. Hey Bianca. Naruto spoke up. They whirled around, obviously not having heard him approach. I appreciate your dedication and all, but we already got it covered. He smiled. Besides, I promised Nico that I'll keep you safe, and there is no way I'll let you go sacrifice yourself like that. But it's my fault, Bianca protested. I can't let you guys die. Wait, what do you mean by you already got it covered? There was a sound of a deafening explosion behind him before the metal giant collapsed to the ground with a horrible ear-piercing screeching sound. Naruto smiled at their stunned faces. What, did you really think a single defective metal giant can be the lieutenant of the Hunters of Artemis and a child of the Big Three? Bianca only stared back at him dumbly, tears still in her eyes. XXX, what the fuck? I second that. I third that. I swear, didn't we just cut her thread? We did. How is this even possible? I have no idea. We may actually have a problem here. Wait. Am I seeing things? What are you? Is the thread disappearing? How? I don't know. XXX, Naruto, everything okay there? Zoe called. Yeah, they're fine. I think the giant was the only defense, Naruto called back before turning back to them. Anyway, let's go. I don't want to stay in this junkyard for longer than necessary. How did you defeat it? Percy asked curiously as they walked back to the highway. Zoe inclined her head at Naruto. He had some Greek fire arrows. Extremely rare and expensive. Very destructive as well. Percy whistled when he finally got a clear look at the giant's face. It was just gone, only a concavity remained. Why did it attack us? Thalia asked, wiping some sweat off her forehead. Bianca looked away guiltily. I may have taken something. After everything we said? Thalia asked disbelievingly. Sorry, Bianca whispered. But I just felt really bad for leaving Nico. And I wanted to get him something. And she looked so sad and remorseful, Zoe and Thalia couldn't even stay mad at her. Just don't do it again, Zoe said gently. I know our commands must seem strange and illogical sometimes, but you just have to trust us on them. Bianca nodded. I will. I'm sorry. Hey, on a completely unrelated note, how are we supposed to get out of here? Percy asked, looking around them. They were on a deserted highway, not a car in sight. I believe I may be of help, a voice spoke up from behind them. Naruto spun around, a kunao in hand. It was a woman with stormy gray eyes and long dark hair pulled back into a ponytail. She was dressed normally, blue jeans, a denim shirt, but she definitely not anyone ordinary. Naruto hadn't sensed her at all. One moment there was nothing behind him, the next she was there. Either she was a master manipulator of the mist, or she was a goddess. Judging by Thalia and Zoe's sharp intakes of breath, it was probably the latter. Lady Athena, Zoe greeted respectfully. She inclined her head. Zoe Nightshade. It's good to see you well. With all due respect, what are you doing here? Thalia inquired. Athena smiled. I'm here to ask Naruto some questions. Zoe frowned. Naruto? Why? Athena opened her mouth to speak but Naruto beat her to it. Lady Athena is probably interested about my chakra, you know? I mean, it's new, and I don't think anyone else in this world has chakra. Athena blinked. Well, yes. That is one reason why I came. The other is that, Athena, do you know where Annabeth is? Percy interrupted. Naruto shot him a grateful glance. Athena's expression darkened. I have vague suspicions, but nothing concrete. If we wish to save Artemis and Annabeth, then we should hurry, Naruto took over. We shouldn't waste time. Athena turned to him with a somewhat amused look. Very well. But before all that, you must rest first. A tired hero is a dead hero. She snapped her fingers. The world around them cracked before they suddenly found themselves in a rather luxurious hotel room. Why don't you guys get settled? I'll go talk to Naruto on the balcony. XXX Athena stared at Naruto with a clinical gaze. A male child of Artemis, she mused. I confess, even I didn't see this coming. Naruto laughed nervously. Yeah. Before you ask, no, she did not break her oath. It was essence combination. I see. That's a relief, I suppose. Athena leaned in close to Naruto and inhaled deeply. Naruto jumped back in shock. Lady Athena. Just making sure, she murmured, materializing a notepad and a pen and scribbling down some notes. Naruto, take off your shirt. Naruto blanched. What? Why? I need to check your physiology. She gestured at him impatiently. Hurry up, now. My physiology is human. Naruto held up his hands defensively. Apollo already ran extensive medical scans. Understood. I'll have to ask him for those records later. Athena made another small note. How did you break Aphrodite's spell? You're not a god, I presume. Naruto shook his head. Definitely not. And I have no idea how I broke the spell. I just pumped in a lot of chakra and it somehow worked out. Interesting. Does your chakra have anti-divine properties? Huh? I don't think so. I mean, when I used my Raise Non, which is basically just condensed chakra, it only gave Apollo some light scratches. He did reinforce his stomach with a bit of healing magic though, but that shouldn't have affected it a lot. Athena nodded, deep in thought. Are you half mortal? Naruto blinked before shaking his head. No. I'm not. Although Apollo isn't sure exactly what I am. How old are you? 3 years old. Athena didn't look surprised. Do you feel pain randomly? Naruto frowned. No. Really? Athena made another note. Have you ever experienced a tearing sensation deep within you? As if your core is being ripped apart? No. And so the questions continued, all seemingly random and innocuous, but Naruto couldn't help but get the feeling that Athena was slowly learning everything there was to know about him, even stuff he himself didn't know about. Naruto answered truthfully when he could and lied when there was no other option. He briefly considered lying about everything but then quickly dropped the idea. There was no point, really. It's not as if he was telling her anything really important and he didn't want to caught up in a lie later on. The goddess of wisdom and battle was not someone he wanted as an enemy. Finally, she flicked her hand and the notepad and pen disappeared. Naruto, what are your intentions towards Olympus? Huh? Her gray eyes seemed to pierce straight into Naruto. Will you ever join up with the Titans? Never. Naruto replied vehemently. I would never betray my friends and family. She nodded. I see. One last question. If it came to a choice between saving Annabeth and saving Artemis, which would you choose? Naruto paused. Why? Humor me. If you could only save one, then who would it be? Naruto was silent for a moment. Artemis, he finally said. I'd save Artemis. But I'd still do everything in my power to save Annabeth as well. For the first time since she began asking questions, Athena smiled as if he had answered correctly. I see. That is good. You prioritize saving the essential targets. Naruto's blood ran cold. Essential? Athena nodded. As much as it pains me to say it, the loss of Artemis would be much more impactful than the loss of my daughter. On this quest, the only people I trust to always save Artemis is you and Zoe Nightshade. Bianca is new so she may try to save Annabeth out of a misplaced kindness, Thalia is her best friend, and the son of Poseidon is in love with my daughter. You're Annabeth's mother. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't you be trying to convince me to prioritize her? Athena sighed. She is immortal, and mortals die. That is the truth. Losing Artemis would be more detrimental in the long run. She noticed Naruto's angry look. Do not think me to be cruel, Naruto. If my daughter dies, then I will grieve like any moth would. But if Artemis is lost, then the Titans' odds of defeating us increases exponentially. And if the Titans win, then infinitely more lives will be lost. Naruto couldn't argue against that logic. It was what any leader should do, after all. Kill one person to save 100. Kill 100 to save 1,000. Kill 1,000 to save 1,000,000. That's what a Hokage would do. But that doesn't mean Naruto liked it. And so, I'm telling you right now, Naruto, do not hesitate to abandon my daughter to save Artemis. No matter what, and for just a second, Naruto could swear he saw a hint of sadness in Athena's eyes, but it was gone as quick as it appeared. Olymp cannot afford to lose Artemis. Naruto clenched his fists. Very well. However, there is one thing you are wrong about. Athena frowned. And that is, you assume that we will be in a situation where we can only save one. But that will never happen. After all, I'm strong, Naruto smiled. Don't worry, Lady Athena. I'll save both Mother and Annabeth. Athena gazed at him with her stormy gray eyes, as if analyzing his very soul. I hope you do, she finally said. Then she blinked. Hold on, Mother? Artemis lets you call her Mother. I mean, I normally call her Mom. Naruto tilted his head. Why? Athena's lips quirked up into a small smile. Nothing. When you get to San Francisco, I have two pieces of advice. First, stay away from the tunnels. Second, your clones cannot bear the weight of the sky. Naruto frowned. What? But Athena was already gone. Triple X, what did she want with you? Bianca asked curiously. Naruto shrugged. She asked me a bunch of questions about my chakra. He glanced at the clock on the wall. He had talked to Athena for about an hour. Shall we leave? Zoe nodded, grabbing her gear. Let's go. Wait, now. Percy protested. It's like 2 in the morning. Zoe raised her eyebrows. And? You heard what Athena said, a tired hero is a dead hero. Sleep is for weaklings. Thalia made her way to the door. Come on. We had an entire hour to rest and eat. We saved some for you. Bianca handed Naruto a small takeout box. He opened it to see a cheeseburger inside. Athena already paid for room service, she explained. We weren't sure what you'd like, so we just went with the safest option. Naruto nodded in thanks, taking a bite. Salty. Not that bad. They exited the hotel. The staff didn't seem to see them. Clearly, some mist residue remained. Something else saw them though. Skeleton warriors, Naruto groaned. What? There's no way. Zoe caught sight of them and sighed heavily. Naruto, you mind holding them off? Sure. 20 shadow clones later, they were walking the opposite direction, the sound of fighting behind them. How should we get to San Francisco? Bianca glanced behind them nervously. Naruto had no idea why. It's not as if the skeleton warriors could defeat his shadow clones. I can always hotwire a car, Thalia suggested. Zoe nodded. We have no other options. A scream pierced through the air. They whirled around. The scream had come from back where the skeletons were fighting. A mortal. Bianca said in alarm. We need to check to see if they're okay, Percy announced grimly. Come on. They didn't argue. As they returned to the scene, they saw the skeletons on the ground. In pieces. Trying to regenerate. A few clones absently used the raise-non whenever they got close to regenerating. Several clones were fighting amongst themselves. Naruto face-palmed. Of course. And there was one clone talking to a red-haired girl. How are there 20 of you? She waved her hand wildly, her eyes filled with fear. And are those skeletons on the ground? Zoe tensed up. She can see through the mist? A clear-sighted mortal. Percy frowned. What? There are certain mortals who the mist simply does not affect, Thalia explained. She's probably one of them. That, or she's a demigod. She turned her head and saw them approach. Her eyes widened further. There's another one of you. Yo. Naruto called. I'll take it from here. The clone turned around and relief shone in its eyes. Thanks, boss. Then it dispelled, causing the girl to gasp in shock. What are you? She whispered, backing up slowly. The name's Naruto. Naruto grinned. It's nice to meet you. I'm Rachel Elizabeth Dare, she responded automatically. It's nice to meet you as well. Then she frowned. What are you? Thalia stepped forward. Before that, you mind trying cutting yourself with this? She offered Rachel her spear. Rachel took another step back. Are you crazy? Just trust me, Thalia said. Rachel bit her lip but grabbed the spear nonetheless, cautiously holding it up to her hand and gently pressing down the tip, and gasped when the spear passed harmlessly through her hand. What the hell? Clear-sighted mortal, Zoe announced. She sighed. Rachel Elizabeth Dare, it would be best if you forgot what you saw today. Forget what Rachel gaped at her. You want me to forget about 20 clones beating up skeletons with blue balls of death? Percy snickered. Thalia slapped him on the back of the head, shooting him a ferocious glare. A solid holographic spear, as paradoxical as that sounds, and how you guys called me immortal as if you're not. We don't have time for this, Thalia muttered. I'll go hotwire a car. Rachel looked at her in outrage. You're going to go what now? Nothing. Rachel bit her lip, thinking hard. If you guys explain, then I can give you a car. They all paused. You can give us a car? Zoe asked cautiously. How, exactly? I'm on vacation right now, Rachel crossed her arms. We have a rental, and it wouldn't cost us too much if somebody stole it. They exchanged glances. Fine, Zoe accepted. The Greek gods are real, and so are the monsters. There is normally an illusion that prevents regular mortals from seeing the supernatural, which we call the mist, but occasionally, there'll be a mortal who can see through the mist who we call a clear-sighted mortal. That is what you are. Rachel stared at her. If you were going to lie, at least make it sound more believable, she muttered. Whatever. Apparently, I'm not going to get answers out of you guys. She nodded over to a car parked off in the distance. Go, take it. I'd rather you steal our rental than some innocent dude's car. Naruto blinked. She thought they were lying? He did suppose it sounded rather outlandish. Zoe and Thalia didn't bother correcting her, instead walking towards the car. Percy cast one last glance at the girl before heading for the car as well. Bianca hesitated. For what it's worth, thank you, Rachel. You have no idea how important this is. Rachel nodded. I can imagine. When I went outside to get some fresh air, I did not expect all of this. She gestured at the clones preventing the skeletons from reforming. Well, you should get going now. Bianca nodded and then headed for the car as well, leaving only Naruto and Rachel. Don't you need to go as well? Rachel asked curiously. Naruto hesitated before handing her a golden drachma. Now that you're aware of the truth, you may be in more danger than before. If a monster ever tries to attack you, just throw the drachma into a rainbow and say, "Oh Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please accept my offering." Then ask for me. Is this real gold? Rachel stared at the drachma incredulously. You have real gold that you casually throw into a rainbow, but you're too cheap to buy a rental. We're kind of pressed for time right now, Naruto admitted. I need to go. See ya. She sighed. Bye. XXX once again, Zoe drove. This time, Thalia didn't even have that many objections, only grumbling out a small, "I look older than you." The car was surprisingly luxurious, with soft leather seats and a walnut wood dash. Percy and Bianca passed out almost immediately, clearly tired from the events of the day. Thalia sat in the shotgun seat, absently staring out the window, and Zoe looked as good as new. Naruto, for his part, wasn't tired at all. His stamina seemed to have grown ever since he was reborn. However, demigod dreams. His last dream had been pretty useless. Hopefully, this one would provide a bit more information. And so he closed his eyes, allowing sleep to claim him. XXX Naruto stared around at his surroundings. He was in a meeting room. The walls were painted black. No. The walls were made up of solid black crystal. Floating balls of light lined the wall, providing adequate lighting for Naruto to see everyone in the room. There were 4 people all seated around a table. On one side, there was a man dressed formally in a black suit. He had multiple deep scars on his face, as if something had gouged out chunks in the past. On the other side, there was a woman dressed silver. She looked pale and sickly. Another woman with green eyes and blonde hair wearing torch earrings. And a satyr that had several life support machines hooked up to him. Judging by how they were all emitting vast amounts of power, they were all gods, possibly even titans. Naruto mentally named them Silver, Suit, Torch, and Satyr. Good morning, everyone, Suit smiled at them kindly. How are you all doing? Get on with it, Torch said disinterestedly. Suit politely inclined his head. Very well. As I had said in the invitation, I am here to offer you all what you want. Satyr bleated in excitement. Mass genocide on humans. Suit hesitated. Not quite. I'm sure you are all aware of the fact that Artemis has been captured. Silver raised her eyebrows. Of course we are. I hope we didn't come all the way here just for you to tell us what we already knew. Suit nodded. I would never do that. Tell me, what do you three know about domains? Specifically, the transfer of domains. Silver laughed. Is this a joke? You're asking me about the transfer of domains? Ah, of course, my lady. I didn't mean it as an insult. Suit smiled apologetically. As we all know, a divine being can lose their domain of power if another more powerful god takes over. Like what Apollo did to Helios, Torch spoke up. Or what Artemis did to Iliotheia and Selene. Or what Athena did to Métis. Silver winced as Torch spoke. Precisely, Suit nodded. I admit, even I do not know the entire specifics. However, what I do know is that I, along with the Titan Lord and Koyos, have discovered a method to forcibly transfer a god's domain. The three plus Naruto all tensed up. Forcibly transfer a god's domain? How? Satyr demanded. Suit chuckled. As we all know, when a god dies, they get sent to Tartarus. However, a lesser-known fact is that for just a moment, their hold to their domains weakens. After all, as they enter the pit, Tartarus unconsciously attempts to absorb the god essence. Torch's eyes widened. What? Suit nodded. Of course, Tartarus stops himself immediately. Absorbing essence comes with more trouble than it's worth. However, for just a split second, as Tartarus attempts to absorb the god's essence and by extension their domains, the god's connection to their domains is weakened. Of course, this is negligible. The time frame is so short, it can be described as instantaneous and nobody can take advantage of the opening. Satyr scoffed. Oh, so we came all the way out here for nothing. His life support machines beeped threateningly. Suit smiled. You forget one simple fact. Why worry about having too little time to act when we have all the time in the world? There was a moment of silence as the statement sunk in. Cronus, Torch breathed. The temperature in the room dropped by several degrees and the lights dimmed slightly at the name. Indeed, and Suit's polite smile became downright predatory. The Titan Lord is capable of slowing time down to near a stop. If he does it when the god's connection to their domain is weakened, then it would be difficult but not impossible to sever the god from their domain. Silver narrowed her eyes. How? Suit chuckled. I'm afraid the specifics are a secret, but rest assured, it would work. Koyos, the Titan of Farzai, has guaranteed it. Artemis has many domains. Torch mused. And you say we can take all of them? Suit shook his head. No. Only 3 domains. However, we can choose. He smiled craftily. And with you 3, I can imagine which ones you desire. Moon, he pointed at Silver. Wilderness, he pointed at Satyr. And finally, forests, he pointed at Torch. A gleam appeared in Satyr's eyes. Oh? In return for giving us these domains, what do you want from us? Suit chuckled. All I want is for you to pledge loyalty to the Titan Lord, of course. When he rises again, join and assist him. Silver frowned. Don't you mean if he rises? Suit shook his head. The Titan Lord's resurrection is assured. As the Titan of Forethought, I can tell you that with an absolute certainty. He will rise again, and when he does, Olympus will be razed to the ground. What about the sky? Torch inquired. If you kill Artemis, then who will hold the sky? Suit laughed. So many questions. We shall find a temporary placeholder until all 4 Titan generals are resurrected and their might and presence alone prevents the sky from touching the earth. His eyes twinkled. Or rather, many temporary placeholders. Satyr nodded slowly. Yeah, I'll join. It's not as if I have anything better to do, he chuckled bitterly, gesturing at his life support machines. Torch nodded. While I personally do not care that much for the forests, I shall always accept increases to my power. She clenched her fists. And if it means the major Olympians suffer from it, then all the better. Silver hesitated before a dark look appeared in her eyes. I accept as well. Brilliant, Suit smiled, clapping his hands together. Then we are in an accord. We shall dispatch Artemis on the winter solstice, the day where our power is the strongest, and transfer her domains to you 3. And don't be late, he smiled cheerfully. And that was when Percy shook Naruto awake. XXX Naruto's eyes snapped open. Artemis, he breathed. Percy frowned. Yes. That is who we're rescuing. No, that's not what I mean, Naruto shook his head. The situation is worse than we thought. He quickly filled them in on the details of his dream. Zoe's face grew more and more stony as he spoke. I see, she said when he finished. That is not good. We'll have to hurry. Is it possible? Thalia asked. I mean, I've never heard of a god having their domains forcibly taken away from them before. Zoe hesitated. Normally, I would say that it's impossible. However, if both Koyos, the titan of intellect, knowledge, and forethought, and Prometheus, the titan of forethought, agrees that it would work, then we cannot risk it. Her eyes flashed. Furthermore, we cannot allow Artemis to be sent to Tartarus. Naruto nodded. Let's hurry. Are we in San Francisco yet? Zoe shook her head. No, the car ran out of gas. I believe we're still in Arizona. Naruto bit his lip, thinking hard. I don't think a car would be fast enough. Perhaps if we hijack an airplane, that won't be necessary, a gruff voice cut in from behind them. Naruto's eyes widened. Just like before with Athena, he hadn't sensed the newcomer approach. They turned around to see 5 centaurs, all dressed in Hawaiian shirts, and Naruto saw several cans of root beer poking out of their satchel bags. What? Bianca yelped. The lead centaur grinned. Yo, what's up? Call me Alex. I'm the leader of the Arizona chapter of the Party Ponies. I hear you guys needed a lift. How did you know? Thalia asked in bewilderment. Percy suddenly chuckled. Let me guess, Chiron. Alex pointed finger guns at Percy and grinned. You got it. Locating you guys was kinda hard, but we got a small tip from this homeless dude named Fred. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Apollo. Come on, hop on, Alex said. We don't have any time to waste. Zoe leveled him with a suspicious stare. And you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart. Alex grinned. Nah, dude. Chiron promised us 10 grand, half up front, half on completion. Do you have any idea how much beer and root beer that would buy? Enough to get us hammered for days. Days. Percy muttered. They're centaurs. They have a high metabolism, Thalia muttered back. Zoe sighed. Very well. Let's go. XXX 5 minutes, Bianca breathed. You just ran hundreds of miles in just 5 minutes. We're awesome, aren't we? A centaur named Joey grinned. High five, girl. Bianca hesitantly gave him a high five. Distance isn't the same for centaurs, Zoe explained as she got off of the centaur's back. Excuse me, but what? Was Zoe implying what Naruto thought she was implying? Zoe nodded. Similar to Pegasi, centaurs have the ability to distort space around them when they travel. Okay, now that was flat out awesome. Naruto wondered if he could also have that ability. He really hoped so. Alright, see ya dudes, Alex grinned. And remember, if you guys ever want to party, just hit us up. Percy watched them go with a small smile on his face. Chiron's cousins are always cool. The centaurs had dropped them off on the ferry docks, per Zoe's request. We need to find Nereus, she announced. If you see an old man who smells nasty, then he's our guy. Nasty? Percy asked. You'll see. Or rather, you'll smell. XXX this is bad, Hestia said grimly. Apollo nodded. Aphrodite exposed Naruto. The other gods are starting to ask questions, and Athena already straight up confronted him. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is exactly why I didn't want Naruto to leave. But you still let him leave, Hestia pointed out. Yeah, I did, Apollo admitted. While he was running to Camp Half-Blood, it would have been very easy for me to stop him. Why didn't you? Hestia asked curiously. Apollo shrugged. Artemis is my baby sister. When it comes to her, I only accept the best. And there is no doubt whatsoever that Naruto is the best. A mistake, in retrospect. You can't blame yourself. There was no way you could have known that Aphrodite would have detected his illusion. Apollo sighed again. Yeah, you're right. But I doubt Artemis would see it that way. Hestia winced. I would not want to be you when she gets freed. Same, Apollo agreed miserably. Then he brightened. I like your optimism though. You said when she gets freed. Not if. When. Hestia smiled. Of course. I believe that Naruto will succeed. They were both silent for a moment. But for real though, if you ever need a place to hide from Artemis, feel free to just come to me. Thank you. We finally see more of the gods. I hope that my characterization of Aphrodite wouldn't be considered bashing. I heavily dislike bashing, you see. Are you sure? Thalia squinted. He doesn't look like a god. More like an old bum. And it was true. Nereus wore pajamas and a fuzzy bathrobe that looked like it wasn't washed in months. He was fat, with a yellowing beard. More importantly, Santa Claus, Naruto muttered hatefully. He looks like Santa Claus. Gods, I hated that man. There was a moment of silence. Naruto. Percy began tentatively. You do know that Santa Claus doesn't exist, right? Naruto frowned. Of course he exists. I've fought him multiple times before. You've fought Santa Claus? Thalia stared at Naruto incredulously. Naruto nodded. He was difficult to defeat. Nearly as powerful as the Easter Bunny, but slightly weaker than the Tooth Fairy. Bianca's eyes widened. Wait, those are real too. Thalia shook her head. No they're not. Don't listen to him. Naruto, where exactly did you fight? Santa Claus. On Christmas Eve, Naruto replied. He would break into Apollo's mansion to do nefarious things, and I would fend him off. And every single time, he's escaped with his life intact. His eyes flashed. I've only encountered the Easter Bunny once, but IW never forget it. His primary form of attack was throwing eggs. That's not too bad, Percy said. Eggs that exploded. Oh. Naruto nodded grimly. And the Tooth Fairy attempted to steal my teeth. I woke up to her on my face, pliers in her hand, ready to extract my molars. Fortunately, I was fast enough to land several blows on her, but I missed her wings so she was able to fly away and escape. Thalia, Zoe, Bianca, and Percy stared at him. I have lived for several millennia, Zoe began, but even I have never encountered such beings. But if the Greek gods are real, then what if Santa Claus and the others are real too? Percy whispered, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. Thalia bit her lip. No. There's no way. That's impossible. Naruto suddenly broke out in a wide grin. Nah, I'm just messing with you. They were all just transformed versions of Apollo. Which just made it infinitely more satisfying when my attacks connected. They breathed sighs of relief. I can already barely handle Greek mythology, Percy grinned. Thalia nodded in agreement. How should we handle Nereus? Jump him. Percy suggested. Naruto nodded. I'm down. Let's do it. Wait, Bianca spoke up. You mean you're going to just attack that old man? Zoe turned to her, bemused. Bianca, don't let his appearance fool you. He's a god. Oh. Right, Bianca responded sheepishly. Almost forgot. They approached Nereus, who was sitting at the end of the dock. The homeless people around them paid them no attention. A couple wearing rainbow shirts making out. A man with long hair trying to repair a guitar. A woman with a shopping cart filled with plastic flamingos. An old woman, nearly 80 years old, leaning on a cane, gazing out at the sea. Nereus, Zoe called. Nereus's head whipped around. Zoe Nightshade, he said, confused. You shouldn't be here. Why are you here? Zoe frowned. What do you mean by that? Nereus narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you're that stupid. I know it's been centuries since we've last met each other, but come on. Did you honestly think that the Titan Lord wouldn't anticipate you coming to me for information? Oh. That wasn't good. Indeed, Thorn said in that heavy French accent of his, materializing out of nowhere. Immediately, Thalia's spear expanded, Percy uncapped his pen, Bianca and Zoe's bows appeared, and a kunai was in Naruto's hand. Thorn simply smiled. We expect this from day one. You heroes are oh so predictable. Oh, but before we do anything. Nereus, scram. Nereus looked at Zoe sadly. I'm sorry. But I must maintain my neutrality. Good luck. With that, he transformed into a goldfish and hopped into the sea. You are a fool, Thorn, Zoe growled. Did you really think coming here alone was a good idea? Naruto already single-handedly drove you off last time. Thorn smiled menacingly. Who said I was alone? Naruto got that sinking feeling. The one you get when there are a dozen laser sights playing across your chest. They had been played. Every homeless person that surrounded them drew a weapon. The 80-year-old lady suddenly looked a lot more threatening with a semi-automatic pistol in her hand. The woman reached inside her shopping cart and pulled out a machine gun. Off in T-distance, Naruto could distinctly see several snipers on boats. He was a shinobi, and he hadn't expected this. You may be fast, kid, but even you aren't faster than a supersonic sniper round, Thorn called to Naruto. You move even an inch and your friends will be filled with lead. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Was that a challenge? That sounded like a challenge to me. Thorn smirked. Try me. Naruto met his gaze for a second before looking down, seemingly defeated. His legs trembled before he collapsed to his knees, his face downcast. Thalia looked at him in concern. Naruto. Are you okay? Thorn laughed. Oh, the little boy finally understands the situation he's in. Pathetic. Naruto, don't worry, Percy gripped his sword tightly. We'll get out of here alive. It's funny you think that, Thorn gloated. It'll be even more funny when I prove you wrong. Down on the ground, Naruto blocked out the sound of their conversation. Personally, he thought that his acting was a tad bit too dramatic, but it appeared Thorn and even his friends were fooled. Naruto closed his eyes and began gathering natural energy. Fortunately, Thorn had already completely ignored him by now, and was gloating at Percy and Thalia. All according to Naruto's plan. Feign weakness to get Thorn to drop his guard. Sure, it rankled Naruto's pride a little bit, but that was fine. Naruto extended his senses, and froze. What the hell? Why were there so many types of natural energy? Back in the elemental nations, no matter where Naruto was, the natural energy all felt the same. But here there were countless types of Natu energy. But how was it possible? Unless there were gods in this world, Naruto realized. Natural energy is nothing but energy that exists in the world around them. Rocks, trees, the air, the earth itself contained natural energy. But in this world, gods were the living personifications of the natural forces of the world. Which meant, Naruto's eyes widened. Natural energy was a god's energy. His theory was confirmed when he quickly identified a natural energy that felt like Artemis. It was identical, actually. The goddess of forests. And that wasn't it. He felt an energy, bright and potent, that felt like Apollo. The sun's natural energy. However, there was one form of natural energy that overshadowed the rest. Naruto shuddered. It felt as if it was slumbering, but even in its lethargic state, Naruto could clearly identify it as the strongest and most potent natural energy. The sheer power it exuded was frightening. But at the same time, Naruto sensed an immense hatred within it. At that moment, Naruto resolved to not even touch it. He didn't know what it was, all he knew was that he needed to stay far away. Naruto drew in the natural energy that felt like Artemis, gathering it and blending it with his own chakra to create Senjutsu chakra. Sage mode, Artemis style. And he drew in a sharp breath as he finally felt her. Naruto grinned in relief and happiness. Finally. But first things first. And then the Titan Lord shell, Thorn was cut off when the mortals around him collapsed, unconscious. On the boats, the snipers were knocked out as well. A moment later, there was a large boom as the sound of the sonic barrier being broken reached their ears. What? Zoe murmured in confusion. Naruto reappeared in front of them, a smirk on his face. Challenge accepted and completed. Thorn's eyes widened. What in Hades, you RK? Naruto blinked as the water behind Thorn rose up and began strangling Thorn. Yo Percy, we still need information from this guy. Ask questions first, break the Geneva Convention after. Oh right, Percy rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as the water receded slightly, allowing Thorn to take shallow breaths filled with water. I got kinda pissed. What was that? Bianca's eyes were wide as she stared at Naruto. At that moment, she looked a lot like Nico. 1 second you were on the ground and the next you were in front of us and all the mortal mercenaries were incapacitated. Naruto grinned. Pretty cool, right? Bianca broke out into a smile. Cool? At the risk of sounding like my little brother, it was awesome. Zoe nodded, her eyes still slightly wide. For once, I agree. I can see now why Apollo requested you to join this quest. She then turned to Thorn. Speak, Manticore. What is the monster Artemis was hunting? I won't, Thorn choked out, tell you anything. Zoe shrugged. Very well. Percy, how well versed are you in the concept of waterboarding? A smile spread on Percy's face. I like how you think. For you see, Thorn, Zoe strolled up to Thorn, staring directly into his mismatched eyes. I am well aware that typical methods of torture do not work on monsters. If we mess up even a little bit, then you immediately disintegrate into dust. However, water is one of the few exceptions. With water, we can prolong your misery for days. Thorn laughed. You think I fear you? Compared to the Titan Lord, you are nothing. He was cut off when a black arrow suddenly sprouted out of his head. A moment later, Thorn screamed in agony before turning to dust. The black arrow fell to the ground with an ominous clunk. Naruto whipped his head around. He hadn't sensed the arrow approaching. He was in sage mode, but he hadn't sensed it. How was that possible? Percy immediately stomped his foot on the ground and a wall of water rose up, forming a barrier around them. Where did the arrow come from? I don't know. Naruto extended his senses out, but whoever the archer was, they must be already gone. Even though Naruto had a perfect awareness of his surroundings, unless his intuition alerts him, then Naruto wouldn't really focus on an area. It'd like having the Byakugan, even though you could see everything, you don't focus on something unless something brings your attention to it. In Naruto's case, his intuition typically did that for him. In a forest, his intuition would automatically alert Naruto of something out of the ordinary, with information automatically streaming into his mind. But for some strange reason, when the archer threw the arrow, Naruto's intuition had stayed silent. And Naruto had no idea why. Mist, Zoe said grimly. The arrow was shrouded in an extremely powerful mist, which is why we didn't sense it. Oh. That explains it. Bianca knelt down to look at the arrow. Why is it black? She wondered as she reached out to pick it up. Don't touch it. Zoe hissed in warning. Bianca whipped her hand back, staring up at Zoe in shock. What? There are two types of divine metal, Zoe explained. The first is celestial bronze. The second is Stygian iron. Mined and forged in the underworld, cooled in the river Styx, it is an extremely powerful and lethal metal. Thalia frowned. Really? I've never heard about Stygian iron before. Zoe nodded. Lady Artemis told me about it. Unlike celestial bronze, which simply destroys a monster's physical body and returns their essence to Tartarus, with Stygian iron, a monster's essence gets absorbed into the blade. Thalia paled. What? Of course, the essence would return to Tartarus eventually, but it can lengthen the process by decades. It's for that reason that monsters universally hate Stygian iron. Zoe eyed the arrow on the ground. I reckon that Thorn won't be able to reform FO several decades at the very least. If it's so powerful, then why don't we use it? Bianca asked curiously. Because it's too dangerous, Zoe responded. For demigods, if we accidentally cut ourselves, then our life force would be quickly drained. It would be like fighting with a blade coated in a lethal poison, it's too risky. For gods, they don't like using Stygian iron because it originated in the underworld. Naruto blinked. That's it. Zoe shrugged. Are you really surprised? Lord Hades was kicked out of Olympus because he was the god of the underworld. Ah, right, Naruto nodded in understanding. The gods don't really like anything underworld related. Makes sense that they would stay away from Stygian iron. Precisely, Zoe confirmed. After all, Stygian iron doesn't really offer too many advantages over celestial bronze for gods. Gods don't care how long it takes for a monster to reform. Sure, Stygian iron can harm mortals, but the gods can always just materialize a steel weapon. So there are no demigods that use Stygian iron. Bianca spoke up. Zoe hesitated. Not exactly. Children of Hades are capable of using Stygian iron without harm, their life force exists in a peculiar state. To them, Stygian iron acts like any regular metal. Bianca bit her lip. And is there a chance that I'm a daughter of Hades? Zoe's eyebrows rose. No. The big three, that is, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, swore an oath to not have any more children after World War II. Bianca didn't say anything, instead staring pointedly at Percy and Thalia. You have a point, Zoe conceded. But what makes you think that you're Hades' daughter? Bianca was silent for a moment. When we were in the labyrinth, she began, I felt stronger. And I could sense everything around me. I can't really explain it, but you saw how I chose all the correct routes. Zoe hesitated. Yes, but, and, Bianca continued, her voice growing stronger, right now, I can sense this arrow in front of me. Even if I shut my eyes, I can feel it. Hades is the god of precious metals, correct? Percy and Thalia exchanged glances. "Look, Bianca," Percy said gently. "You don't want to be a child of Hades. Being the children of the big three, it's dangerous. Extremely dangerous." Thalia nodded in agreement. "And besides, I doubt Hades broke the oath. Because if he did, then that would mean that he's a hypocrite." Her eyes flashed dangerously, "for sending all those monsters after me because I was a daughter of Zeus." Bianca shook her head. "Guys, I know it seems strange, but the thought of me being Hades' daughter just feels right. And there's a way to test it, right?" And, before they could stop her, Bianca reached out, grabbed the arrow and cut her finger with it. Or in Naruto's case, he didn't stop her because he also thought that she was the daughter of Hades. Perhaps it was a bit reckless, but then again Naruto didn't exactly have the best regard for safety when it comes to training. Must have come from when Jiraiya threw him off the cliff. See. Bianca showed them the cut. It was bleeding slightly, but other than that there were no adverse effects. "I'm fine." A moment of shocked silence as the other demigods, minus Naruto, took it in. "I stand corrected," Zoe said, stunned. "You are a daughter of Hades." "No way," Percy breathed. Thalia's hands balled up into fists. "Which means, Hades sent those monsters after me because Zeus broke his oath, even though Hades himself also broke the oath. That damned hypocritical." The ground underneath them rumbled threateningly. "Shut it." Thalia snapped angrily at the ground. "You and both know that I'm telling the truth." Before you declare war on Hades," Percy spoke up, "Naruto, Zoe, do you think it's safe to stop maintaining this barrier?" "Yeah, it's fine," Naruto said. "The archer is gone." In fact, the archer had probably left the second he fired the arrow, because when Naruto had extended his senses, he hadn't sensed anyone. He still had no idea how that happened. Percy nodded and snapped his fingers. A second later, the barrier of water around them retreated back into the sea. "My father is Hades," Bianca said in wonder. Wait, the ground rumbling meant that Hades heard you, right?" Thalia nodded. Bianca brightened. "Dad? Can you hear me right now?" The ground grew suspiciously quiet. "He can't interact with you," Thalia sighed. "Gods are forbidden by the ancient laws from interacting with their children other than special circumstances." Then her eyes narrowed. "I still can't believe you, Lord Hades. With all due respect, you suck." Percy, Zoe, and Naruto tensed up, preparing for Hades to appear and pummel Thalia. But apparently, the god of the dead had some self-control, and so the only thing that occurred was a minor earthquake. Getting back on topic, Percy squinted at the sea once the ground underneath them stopped shaking. Any chance that Nereus would come back? Zoe scoffed. Knowing him, he's probably somewhere in Washington by now. Naruto exited sage mode, wasn't much of a point in staying in it, and under his henge, his eyes returned to normal. He idly wondered if the color of his eyes would be affected by using the natural energy of Artemis. It's not like he can drop the henge and see. "What should we do next?" Bianca spoke up. "Oh, that's simple," Naruto answered. "We mount a full-on frontal attack on that mountain over there." He pointed to a large mountain off in the distance that rose above the cloud layer. Zoe frowned. "The Mountain of Despair. Why there?" "Because that's where Artemis is," Naruto replied simply. His intuition may not have warned him of the archer firing the arrow, but the second he had entered sage mode, his intuition practically exploded at him. He had sensed Artemis up there immediately. "Let's go save Artemis." "Wait, how do you know?" Thalia squinted at the mountain. "I have a thing called sage mode," Naruto explained. "Whenever I enter sage mode, my senses increase exponentially. I sensed her on that mountain." "No, not just that. In regular sage mode, Naruto just gained heightened senses, especially towards chakra. However, in sage mode, Artemis style, it was as if Naruto was in a forest. An intuition that approached the level of divination. Godlike senses. Naruto would have to experiment with it later." "You can sense gods?" Zoe asked incredulously. Naruto nodded. "In sage mode, yeah. Unless they're shrouded in mist." Naruto really had to master seeing through the mist. He was halfway decent, but nowhere as good as he should be. It appeared that no matter what world he was in, illusions would always be his weak point. "Mountain of Despair." Bianca spoke up. "Why do they call it that?" Zoe looked grim. Mount Artemis was the mountain on which the Titan Palace was located. After the war between the Titan War, Cronus's right-hand man, the general of his forces, was imprisoned up there in the ruins of the palace, on the summit, just beyond the Garden of the Hesperides. The general. Atlas, Naruto surmised. Atlas is imprisoned up there, where he holds up the sky. He paused as a thought struck him. But Artemis is there too. Zoe, what are the odds that Atlas used Annabeth to force Artemis to bear the weight of the sky? Percy raised his hand. I had a dream a few days ago where it looked like Artemis was holding up a roof of a really tall building. But in retrospect, she might actually be holding up the sky. That bastard. Atlas was going to not die, but at least get beaten up really badly before getting shoved under the sky once more. It's useless. Zoe clenched her fists tightly. The only way to get to the summit of the mountain is to get past the Garden of the Hesperides. Zoe scowled slightly as she said the name. And we can only enter the Garden of the Hesperides at twilight. Naruto blinked. What kind of stupid rule is that? We'll just defeat anyone who tries to stop us. Zoe shook her head. No, you don't understand. It is impossible for anyone to enter the garden when it isn't twilight because it doesn't exist in this reality. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? It exists in its own subdimension, Zoe explained. Just like Olympus or the underworld. At everyone's confused looks, Zoe sighed. Look, Olympus is a huge city on top of the Empire State Building, right? Thalia nodded. Yeah, it is. Have you ever wondered how no airplane has ever accidentally hit it before? Zoe asked. It's because they can't. Just like how mortals can't accidentally fall into the underworld if they drill too deep. There are different planes of reality in this world. Pocket realms, so to speak. And the Garden of the Hesperides is one such realm. Naruto nodded slowly. Essentially, this dimension had subdimensions, like Tartarus, Olympus, the underworld, and various others. They were all connected. This actually explained a lot of things. After all, chaos exists beneath Tartarus, which exists beneath the underworld, which exists beneath the earth, but Naruto knew for a fact that the primordial void did not exist in the center of the earth. However, unlike his old dimension, the realms of this world are all interconnected with numerous openings, whereas the dimensions of his old world were closed off and separated. For example, to get to Obito's dimension, you had to use the Kamui. Tha was the only possible way of entry. In this world, however, there were multiple entrances to the underworld, and anyone could use them, with some exceptions. An apt analogy would be using cakes. His old world was like a layer cake, in which the dimensions were clearly separated. Closed dimensions. This world, however, was like a marble cake, in which every dimension was blended in together, resulting in a big dimension with multiple openings and gateways, so traveling from realm to realm is extremely simple. Instead of being a planar reality, this world had multiple interconnected layers of reality. In other words, it was confusing as hell. Naruto doubted even he could break through if that was the case. He had never figured out how to break out of Obito's pocket dimension without the Kamui. However, he still had to try. Perhaps his chakra, a foreign entity in this dimension, would be capable of breaking through into the Garden of the Hesperides. He hoped. He still didn't understand the full extent of his newfound power. The only time the garden manifests in this reality is during twilight, Zoe continued. At any other time, you must be a god to enter the garden. Naruto tilted his head. I don't recall it being like this back in the Titan War. You're right, Zoe nodded. The gods lifted the summit of Mount Artemis out of the normal reality after the war and tied it to the garden, which already existed in a state of perpetual twilight, because the summit literally became the roof of the world. It was to make it harder for heroes to get through to the summit. She looked away. Unfortunately, one foolish hero got through. Heracles, Percy said. Zoe narrowed her eyes. Yes. Him. Percy shot Zoe a knowing glance but didn't speak further. It would be a waste of time to go there right now. Zoe began walking back to the buildings. Instead, we should search for the monster Artemis was hunting. Oh. This is awkward, Naruto began sheepishly. They turned to him. What is it? Bianca asked. Well, you see. I'm a clone. They stared. Boss already ditched after he took care of the mortal mercenaries. He's probably already at Mount Artemis, trying to get into the garden. Thalia blinked. Wait. The shadow clone nodded. He had thought that you would head for the gardens immediately after you finished taking care of Thorn, so he went on ahead. But don't worry, he added hastily. He left some backup. Dude. A moment later, another shadow clone appeared in a blur. Yeah. I got a dispel to send information back to boss, the shadow clone said. There, he gestured at the demigods, gonna look for the monsters. Can you help them? The other shadow clone nodded. Of course. Alright. I'll leave it up to you. And the first shadow clone dispelled. The other shadow clone looked at the demigods. So the monster? Zoe shook her head bemusedly. That is an extremely useful ability. At any rate, with Nereus gone, I doubt we'll acquire any more intel. Then how should we find out what the monster was? Bianca frowned. I mean, it's not like the monster is just going to casually walk up to us, right? Muha. Yo Percy, what the hell, man? You can't just leave me behind like that. Thalia gasped. Impossible. Bessie. Percy cried happily as a cow serpent swam up to them. It had the upper body of a calf and the lower body of a snake. How are you doing? Thalia stared at Bianca with awe and reverence in her eyes. Do you realize what you just did? Bianca drew back. No. You just employed a perfect reverse jinx, Thalia breathed. How did you even do that? Even I can't do it perfectly yet. Beginner's luck. Zoe suggested. Thalia nodded. Probably. Reverse jinx. Bianca asked confusedly. The reverse jinx technique is when you jinx yourself for your own benefit, Zoe explained. It's extremely rare with a high chance of backfiring on you. But it appears to have worked this time. Great job, Bianca. Oh. Thanks. What are you talking about? Percy frowned from where he was kneeling on the water, patting the cow serpent's head like a dog. Bessie isn't the monster. Muha. Excuse me. Are you or are you not the son of Poseidon? How can you not tell that I'm a guy? And for the last time, my name's not Bessie, it's the Ophiuchus. Dear gods, how thick are you? He says his name isn't Bessie. It's the Ophiuchus, Naruto translated. And he's a guy. Percy blinked. You can understand him. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Huh. Neat. And Percy went back to patting the Ophiuchus's head. Ophiuchus, Zoe mused. Where have I heard that name before? Her eyes went wide with shock and fear. Oh no. Percy looked at her. What's wrong? This is the monster Artemis was hunting, Zoe breathed. My father told me this tale thousands of years ago. Whoever killed the Ophiuchus and sacrificed its entrails to fire would have the power to destroy the gods. Moo. Hey girl, we don't mention the S word around here. It's a trigger word. Come on, show some tact. The Ophiuchus doesn't like the S word, Naruto dutifully translated. Thalia stared at the cow serpent with wonder. The power to destroy the gods? How? No one knows, Zoe answered. In the first Titan War, the Ophiuchus was slain, but Zeus sent an eagle to snatch the entrails away before they could be tossed into the fire. I believe it was rank 4 on the top 10 close calls in the Titan War. What was rank 1? Bianca inquired. Zoe's gaze darkened. It was when the general almost single-handedly defeated all 6 gods. They only survived because the mountain spirits committed suicide and collapsed the mountain they were fighting on, causing Atlas to lose his balance temporarily, so the gods were able to escape. Muha. Hey, I deserve to be rank 2 at the very least. Give me the respect I deserve, damn it. Thalia stretched out her hand. The cow serpent went right to her like a small puppy. Thalia placed her hand on his head, patting it distractedly. But the look in her eyes, it bothered Naruto. It was the same hungry look Sasuke always got whenever he was offered the prospect of more power. Thalia. Naruto began cautiously. The power to overthrow Olympus, Thalia muttered. That's huge. Moo. Not gonna lie, you're kinda freaking me out, girl. Mind not looking at me the same way you would look at a juicy cheeseburger? Zoe shook her head. We cannot sacrifice it, Thalia. Power gained by killing the innocent. I do not know the effect it will have on you, but it surely will not be good. But can you imagine? Naruto laid his hand on Thalia's shoulder. Thalia, he said gently. There are many paths in becoming strong. This is not one of them. Zoe nodded. Indeed. I have seen better heroes than you perish because of their desire for power. Do not make the same mistake they had. Thalia hesitated, but the look in her eyes was slowly fading away. You're right guys, she rubbed her forehead. I don't know what came over me there. She smiled down at the Ophiotauros. Don't worry. I won't sacrifice your entrails to fire. Moo. What did I say about the S word? Do you want me to have another episode? I'm not lying when I say it's a trigger word. What should we do with it though? Bianca frowned. I mean, as long as it's alive, then there's always the possibility that the Titans can capture him. And then it would be all over. Sea creature, Percy mused. I wonder. Be right back, guys. And then he jumped into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. They looked at each other. So what do we call you? Bianca asked Naruto. Naruto shrugged. Naruto, I guess. I'm a shadow clone, but I still retain boss's personality. Bianca nodded. Do you feel it when you die? Naruto shook his head. No. It's an odd sensation, one that I can't really describe. But it doesn't hurt or anything. And when you dispel, you send memories back to the original Naruto, correct? Zoe asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah. They fell into a silence, staring into the water and waiting for Percy's return. Have any of you met Hades? Bianca asked suddenly. Thalia and Naruto shook their heads. Zoe hesitated before nodding. I have. I've met him several times before. What was he like? Bianca asked curiously. Zoe was silent for a moment. Bitter, she finally said. Bitter, yet honorable. Hades had been cast out of Olympus. His family despised and feared him. But at the same time, Hades didn't let his anger and sadness get to him much. He still performed H duties diligently. He judged the dead fairly. And he was one of the few gods who never tried to flirt with the hunters. But then why didn't he ever talk to us? Bianca pressed on. I mean, I get that face-to-face interaction might break the ancient laws. But why didn't he at least leave a small note? To let us know that he was there, and he cared. She looked away. Entire life, I thought the only family I had was Nico. And to know that my father was there all along, and he was one of the most powerful gods, a big three. Zoe sighed before stepping close and pulling Bianca into a hug. Bianca's eyes widened. Your father cares about you, Bianca, Zoe said gently. Trust me, the gods aren't exactly the best at showing their affection. Rather terrible, actually. But that does mean that they don't care. Naruto nodded in agreement. The ancient laws prevent the gods from doing many things. He should know, he lived with Apollo, after all. But they're gods, Thalia suddenly spoke up, a hint of anger in her tone. You think the ancient laws really matter? You see gods breaking oaths sworn on the river Styx itself all the time. Percy, Bianca, and I are living proof of that. So if they're capable of casually breaking the most serious oath you can make, then what's stopping them from just visiting their children? The ancient laws are different from an oath sworn on the Styx, Naruto explained. The laws were agreed upon by the council, and Zeus himself enforces the laws. And he does punish the gods who break the ancient laws. It's one of his divine duties, the king of Olympus. Breaking the ancient laws isn't something to be done lightly. Zoe nodded, stepping back from Bianca. It is risky. In fact, if Zeus found out that Apollo had helped us, then he'll probably punish Apollo. Maybe. I don't know for sure. Zeus has a soft spot for Artemis, and Apollo helped us to help Artemis. Thalia shook her head. You're just fooling yourselves. The both of you. The gods don't care. The only time they show up is when their children are dying. And then all they do is turn them into a tree, or something equally useless. Luke may have been wrong about many things, but he was right about this. The gods don't care. You're wrong, Naruto said simply. Thalia raised her eyebrows. Oh? And how do you know? I can't speak for Zeus, or the other gods, Naruto admitted. But I can speak for Apollo. He stared into Thalia's electric blue eyes. Every time his children are doing something, he tries to be there. Musical recitals. Concerts. Art galleries. Basketball games. I cannot tell you how many times he randomly burst into a song, or gods forbid, a poem, about one of his children's achievements. Thalia's eyes widened. And you know what? Naruto spread his arms. He's there for his children, even if they don't know it. Even with the ancient laws restraining his actions, he still does everything he can to be a good dad. There was a moment of absolute silence. I never knew that about Apollo, Zoe said, stunned. Thalia nodded slowly. I mean, wow. He really does all that. Naruto nodded. Yup. He suddenly smiled as he caught sight of something. And Bianca, you know how I know that Hades truly does care for you? How? Bianca asked. Naruto grinned. Look behind you. They turned around and their eyes grew wide. There was a small crack in the concrete ground. And in the middle of the crack stood a beautiful quiver full of arrows with solid black arrowheads. Stygian iron arrows. Bianca ran towards it, shocked. Dad? Is this from you? There's a note, Zoe pointed out. Sure enough, attached to the quiver was a small slip of paper. Bianca read it, then smiled uncertainly. I guess you're right, Naruto. Naruto tilted his head. What did it say? She handed him the note. Zoe and Thalia stood next to him to read it. In a really bad handwriting, it read, I'm proud of you, daughter. Coming from Hades, this is practically him saying I love you, Zoe breathed. Bianca's uncertain smile melted into a joyful one. Really? Zoe nodded. Yeah. Next to Naruto, Thalia had stiffened up angrily. Then, without saying a word, she walked back to the Ophiuchorus, who was still in the water, swimming in circles. She knelt down, the Ophiuchorus swimming back to her, and began patting the Ophiuchoru on the head once more. Bianca looked at her in concern. Did I do something? She whispered. Naruto paused. I don't know her that well. Zoe. She shook her head. I have no idea. We may have to ask Percy. As if on cue, Percy burst out of the water like he was shot out from a cannon. He landed on the surface of the water. Hey guys, good news, he said happily. Dad agreed to help us out. He'll keep the Ophiuchorus safe in his palace. Percy, Ophiuchorus, isn't that great? Mua. The sea god? Yeah, I can get behind that. Where's my entourage? A moment later, a whirlpool formed around the Ophiuchorus, dragging him away. Mua. Is this supposed to happen? The whirlpool collapsed into itself, there was a flash of green-blue light, and when the water settled, the Ophiuchorus was gone. Percy grinned. You won't believe how the negotiations with Dad went. He finally looked at them properly and saw their faces. An angry, hurt gaze on Thalia. A confused look on Bianca. Identical expressions of calm on Zoe and Naruto that covered up slight bit of panic. Oh. What did I miss? You talked to your dad, huh? Thalia spoke up bitterly. Let me guess, he said that he was proud of you. Percy blinked. Actually, yeah. He said that I got moxie. I don't really know what that meant though. He shrugged. How did you know? Thalia laughed, a broken, harsh sound. I see. Luke and I were wrong. It's not that the gods don't care about their children. It's just that our parents don't care. She stood up and began walking back. Come on, let's go save Lady Artemis. Percy stared at her, confused, before looking at the others. What happened? He whispered tensely. Hey, Bianca, where did you get that quiver full of arrows from? Dad, she responded. He also left a note. She showed Percy the slip of paper. Percy's eyes grew wide. No way, he breathed. Hades wrote this? This is practically an I love you with 3 exclamation marks for him. His gaze darkened. I can see why Thalia would be hurt by this. At the others' confused looks, he sighed. Look at it from Thalia's perspective. From what Annabeth told me, Thalia prayed to Zeus almost every night when she was on the run with Luke and Annabeth. But Zeus never answered her. He barely showed any acknowledgement that she was even alive. But now that she's seeing Poseidon and even Hades sending their children gifts and encouraging messages and generally being halfway decent parents, he trailed off. I'll go talk to her. Percy jogged on ahead. Being a demigod is hard, isn't it? Bianca said as they watched Percy start whispering to Thalia. Zoe nodded. It is. But don't worry. As a hunter of Artemis, you don't have to worry about any of that. She smiled. After all, we're family now. And family takes care of each other. I know I'll be fine, Bianca whispered, but what about Nico? XXX Nico D'Angelo was having the time of his life. He found out he was a demigod, which was so cool. One of his parents was a god. An actual Greek god. And he made friends. The kids at Westover Hall had all thought he was weird and uncool, but the demigods at Camp Half-Blood were actually friend and accepting. And not only that, but he had played capture the flag with live weapons. And now, Beckendorf, the son of Hephaestus, was fitting him out for custom armor. Now see, I make it a general policy to never get the measurement of guys, Beckendorf spoke as he jotted down some notes. A small robot, an automaton, extended its limb and a laser beam hit Nico. Nico watched it interestedly as the red dot traced down his arm. Unfortunately, when I craft custom armor, I kind of have to. The laser beam shut off and some numbers flashed onto the automaton's display. So here's the deal, Beckendorf continued. After I'm done, I destroy all the notes I made of your measurements. In return, you never mention the fact that I measured you. Especially to the girls. Especially to Silena. Deal. Nico nodded happily. He didn't really understand how the automaton worked, but apparently it was able to take measurements using a laser. Alright. What did you want again? Beckendorf pulled out a screwdriver and a few metal trinkets that Nico didn't know the name of. Nico's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Hey, you said you would make me 10 sets of armor, right? Beckendorf crossed his arms. I can either make you 10 sets, or I can make you a single set of armor with everything you could possibly ever wish for all crammed into it. And I'll even repair it for you if it gets broken. 1 set of armor is fine, Nico said immediately. He didn't really want to trouble Beckendorf to make him 10 sets of armor. Even though Nico could wear a different set of armor for each day of the week if he had 10 sets. Besides, Nico understood the importance of quality over quantity. It didn't matter how many dryads you had in your deck, against a single god, they would all be toast. Beckendorf nodded approvingly. Do you have anything in mind? Make it black, Nico suggested. With orange designs on it. The same colors as Naruto. Beckendorf rolled his eyes. Aesthetics are for last. Let's focus on the important bits first. How about this? I'll name off some features, and you tell me if you want it or not. Okay. What's your fighting style? Nico blinked. You're pretty small, Beckendorf mused. Anything too heavy would only weigh you down. I doubt you can get into the tanky fighting style that the Ares cabin favors, so the armor would have to be pretty lightweight. He began scribbling on a piece of paper. How flexible are you, Nico? What? I can touch my toes, I guess? What does that matter? I know campers who integrate acrobatics and whatnot into their fighting style, Beckendorf explained. For those campers, I have to use an extremely flexible material for their armor. After all, you can't exactly do a back arch if you have a thick metal chest plate on. Nico's eyes widened in comprehension. I don't really have a fighting style yet, he confessed. But I want to learn Naruto's. Beckendorf's eyebrows rose in interest. Naruto? He crossed out the rudimentary drawing on the paper. If you're going to fight like Naruto, then traditional armor is not the one for you. In fact, I think I'll use my Hunters of Artemis armor blueprints, Theoretical drafts I had created a few years back, Beckendorf clarified. I brainstormed some armor ideas that would preserve speed, agility, and maneuverability while also providing adequate protection. How does that sound? Nico nodded slowly. Would it allow me to fight like Naruto? Beckendorf scratched his head. I've never seen Naruto actually fight before. However, I do know that Naruto doesn't like to wear armor. I overheard bits of his conversation before Capture the Flag, so I'm willing to bet that his fighting style hinges on not having anything weigh him down. The armor I have in mind for you would do just that. Sure, why not? Nico shrugged. Alright. Now I just need you to sign a few forms to release me and Camp Half-Blood from all responsibility. XXX this. Eyes. Awesome, Nico breathed. Beckendorf grinned. Pretty cool, right? Nico admired the armor, although armor was a bit of a misnomer. It was as flexible as silk, and it was all black with some orange designs. If Nico didn't know any better, he'd think that it was just a normal sweater and pants. I wove celestial bronze threads, extremely rare and expensive, by the way, into silk. It's not that strong, but it will stop all piercing and slashing attacks. Of course, you'll still bruise heavily if someone stabs you with a spear, but at least you won't haw a hole in your stomach. Why don't all demigods use something like this? Nico asked as he quickly put it on. Beckendorf shrugged. Celestial bronze armor absorbs force better. All the celestial bronze threads does is prevent anything from piercing through, it doesn't negate the impact. Huh. So which is better? Beckendorf shrugged again. It depends on the user. For you, I would personally say celestial bronze threads, simply because normal armor would just weight you down. Not to mention how you said you wanted to fight like Naruto, who doesn't use armor. Finished donning his armor, Nico looked down at himself. The material was cool and lightweight, not heavy and sagging like the armor he had worn the other night. And it fit him perfectly, adhering to his skin effortlessly. Hey Beckendorf, you got a knife? Yup. Beckendorf handed Nico a knife. Nico took a deep breath in preparation. Beckendorf's eyes flashed with alarm. Wait, what are you going to? Then Nico stabbed himself in the stomach as hard as he could. It hurt, like it had when one of the kids at Westover Hall punched him in the stomach. However, Nico looked down. The knife didn't pierce through. The armor didn't even look scratched. Nico grinned through the pain. Thank you so much, Beckendorf. Beckendorf blinked slowly, as if he wasn't comprehending what Nico had just done. Then he said, almost mechanically, don't mention it. Seriously, don't. To anyone. XXX with his new armor, Nico felt almost invincible. Sure, he knew that realistically, every camper here could still beat him up, but still. At least he wouldn't be beat up that badly. He wondered how Bianca was doing on the quest. What if she? Nico dismissed those thoughts immediately. Both Naruto and Percy had promised to protect Bianca. And even though he didn't really like Zoe, Nico admitted that she was pretty strong to Thalia too. In fact, the entire quest was stacked. 2 children of the Big Three, the lieutenant of the Hunters of Artemis, and Naruto. It was like having the cards of Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and Cronus. The team was overpowered. Bianca was fine. Speaking of the Hunters of Artemis, they were currently out in the forest, doing hunter things. Chiron had forbade all the campers from entering the forest, but that didn't stop Travis and Connor from sneaking in. After they had regained consciousness in the infirmary, they revealed that the hunters were training extremely hard. Sparring, target practice, and other training stuff. Clearly, the incident with Artemis being captured had inspired them all to grow stronger so that they could defend their mistress from future dangers. Or at least, that's what Chiron had theorized. Maybe the hunters were all just really violent or stuff. At any rate, Nico had to ask the hunters something. He knew that he would be disobeying Chiron, but oh well. Chiron didn't scare him. Compared to Bianca, Chiron was nothing. He waited until he was certain that no one was watching before slipping into the forest. He still had the small bronze knife Beckendorf had given him. He gripped it tightly, his eyes darting around. If a monster came, then he should be fine. He had his own custom armor. Fortunately, no monster appeared, and Nico safely made his way over to where the hunters were training. He crouched in the shadows of a tree, mentally rehearsing what he was going to ask. Nico wanted to find out what the Hunters of Artemis's visitation policy was. He knew the Hunters of Artemis didn't allow boys to travel with them, but was he allowed to visit on the holidays? Would Bianca be allowed to visit him? He gritted his teeth unconsciously. The Hunters of Artemis stole Bianca from him. She was his sister. She was supposed to be there for him. She was his family. But she left him for those sister-stealing girls. Nico really needed to learn some cuss words. And now, Nico is forced to find out the visitation policy for visiting his own sister. Needless to say, Nico didn't like the Hunters of Artemis very much. However, as he watched them train, he admitted that it would be pretty cool to be a hunter. Immortality, increased speed, and agility, everyone accepting you for who you are. It was good package. If only they didn't ban boys. There were only 9 hunters, but it was as if there were double that because of how fast they were moving. Nico watched in awe as one of them performed a backflip while firing 3 arrows. The arrows streaked forward and slammed into the center the makeshift targets they had set up. Whoa, Nico abruptly shook his head. No. The Hunters of Artemis are bad. They took Bianca away from him. They didn't like him because he's a boy. Well, that's fine. Nico didn't like them either. Nico took a deep breath, put on his serious face, then walked forward, and froze when an unholy sound hit him. Fear and terror took over Nico's mind as primal instincts told him to run. He staggered backwards, but his muscles refused to obey. He was afraid. He was going to die. He was going to die. He was going to die, oh man. Haven't done that in a while. A satyr materialized into existence in the middle of the hunters. The hunters, however, didn't react. Having been right next to the source of the sound, they were all frozen. A hunter who was in the middle of a complex set of acrobatics crashed to the ground. She didn't even blink. A woman materialized as well. She had torch earrings on. I have to say, this was easier than I had expected. All it took was some panic from you to destabilize their mentals, and then I just used the mist to incapacitate them entirely. She smiled as SH walked up to the nearest hunter, touching her cheek. The hunter didn't react at all. Walked up to the nearest hunter, touching her cheek. The hunter didn't react at all. The satyr chuckled. Nico noticed that the satyr had multiple machines hooked up to him. The machines you see in hospitals. Ah, Hecate. You scare even me sometimes. What did you do to them? Hecate shrugged. Currently, they all think that they're still training and that everything is normal. She smirked. So much for the hunters of Artemis. Taken out by 2 minor gods. I mean, we were shrouded in 6 layers of mist, the satyr shrugged. And it's not as if they had any reason to suspect an attack in the middle of Camp Half-Blood. Hecate chuckled. Fair enough. The satyr looked around despondently. You know, there are a lot of satyrs at this camp still looking for me. Pan, the god of the wild. I wonder how they'll react when they see how far I've fallen, he muttered bitterly. It's the Olympians' fault, Hecate consoled. If they truly wanted to, then they could have easily prevented you from fading. But they don't care. After all, you're just a minor god. To them, you're disposable. Pan sighed. I don't know. It just feels like I'm letting all the satyrs down. He gazed at his life support machines for a second. Whatever. Let's go. Hecate nodded, snapping her fingers. The hunters all stiffened before they began marching in unison, an illusion compelling their minds to move. I have to say, it's a rather ingenious plan. Artemis isn't here to protect them. Not only are we eliminating enemies, but it also has the added bonus of providing 9 demigods to hold up the sky in rotating intervals. I can see why they call Cronus the Crooked One. Pan began walking and his life support machines floated alongside him. While everyone's busy freaking out about Artemis, Cronus is already 20 steps ahead. The hunters of Artemis are powerful, and removing them this early on would greatly increase the Titan Lord's odds of victory. Indeed. They began leaving, the hunters walking like zombies behind them. Nico was still frozen, partly out of fear, partly out of shock at what he just heard. Artemis being captured was a distraction to get rid of the hunters of Artemis. And Nico is the only one who knows. What should he do? Go after them? No, there's no way that he would win in a fight. They were gods, and he was new. Should he go back into camp and get help? No, that would be too slow. By the time they believed him and got here, the hunters would be long gone. What would Naruto do? Go after the hunters and save them. The answer arrived in Nico's mind all at once. Naruto wouldn't wait around, he would go after them, beat up the 2 gods, then rescue the hunters. Could Nico do it? Perhaps not. But he still had to try. And so Nico finally broke free of the fear rooting him down and began sprinting after the hunters. He had no plan. He had no experience. He had no backup. And he was about to fight against 2 gods. All he had were sheer guts and will and the desire be like Naruto and Percy. Bianca was going to kill him. XXX Naruto sprinted around impatiently. Where the hell was the garden? The moment he had entered Sage mode, he had sensed Artemis immediately. He had quickly knocked out the mortal mercenaries, left several shadow clones behind, then immediately went on ahead to the mountain. He had thought it would be simple enough, get up to the top, defeat anyone and everyone who got in his way, then free Artemis. But it wasn't that simple. When he had arrived, there was nothing. At the top of the mountain, there were only trees and rocks and stuff. No Artemis. Nothing. And then one of his shadow clones had dispelled, sending him the information that apparently you could only get to the summit through the Garden of the Hesperides, which only appeared at twilight. And it existed in its own realm. What the hell? Naruto resorted to just walking around and randomly attacking the air with a Rasengan, hoping to break past the fabrics of reality. It didn't seem to be working, sadly. He knew that the gods could arrive in the Garden of the Hesperides whenever they wanted, so there must be a secret entrance. Or maybe they just teleported. That must be it. The gods simply teleported into the Garden of the Hesperides whenever TH wanted. Whatever the case, Naruto was for sure not going to wait until twilight. Artemis was right there. Naruto could sense her. But he couldn't reach her. It was extremely vexing. Both the garden and the apex of Mount Othrys were lifted out of this dimension and existed in their own realms. And the only way to enter was during twilight. Naruto didn't know how to travel through dimensions. He didn't have the Kamui or the Rinnegan. He could theoretically throw something together with seals, but that would take way too long. There had to be a way to bypass this obstacle. Some jutsu way. Perhaps the solution didn't lie in trying to brute force his way through with chakra but rather trying to get around it within the rules of this world. Instead of wasting the time to figure out a hack or a cheat, Naruto should just find a loophole or an exception like he always did. He had lectured Obito to never take the shortcut, but here he was, trying to look for a shortcut that may not even be there. Nope. No longer. That's not the Naruto way. However, if he was going to beat this within this world's rules. Naruto crossed his arms, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. The gods had lifted the garden and the peak of Mount Othrys out of the normal space-time to prevent heroes from easily reaching Atlas. That meant that divine power was used. But how? What spell could the gods have used? They didn't have the power of chaos, who could create dimensions like Tartarus or Erebus with a single thought. All the gods could have done was Oh. Naruto's eyes widened in revelation. He was so stupid. This entire time, he had thought that the gods had used a spell to lift the area out of space-time. A jutsu equivalent. But it was so much simpler than that. Naruto couldn't believe he didn't think of it. He closed his eyes and entered sage mode again. Once again, he could sense Artemis up at the summit along with several others. And just a few hundred feet away from Naruto, he could sense 5 beings. That must be the Hesperides and Laden, the dragon tasked with guarding the garden. Naruto quickly made his way over, crossing the distance in a second. He could sense them around him. But he couldn't see them. He couldn't touch them. He couldn't hear them. Reality only exists when it is being observed. None of his senses worked. Except for his intuition screaming at him that they were there in his sage mode. And that was enough. They are there. The Garden of Hesperides was right around him. He was in the Garden of Hesperides. And the mist around him shattered. Triple X fighting on an empty stomach was just asking for trouble, which is why Zoe led them to the nearest sandwich shop and bought some food, manipulating the mist so the cashier would think they paid. Low blood sugar has led to the deaths of too many demigods, Zoe informed them. Always make sure to eat before battle. Hunger is the enemy. Hey, do you even eat? Percy asked Naruto curiously as he bit into his sandwich. Naruto shook his head. I'm a shadow clone, a construct made up of chakra. Then can I have yours? Naruto passed his sandwich over to Percy, who took it gratefully. Should we go to the mountain now? Thalia scanned their surroundings, looking for a car to hotwire. Thankfully, after her talk with Percy, she seemed to have returned to her normal self, although she did cast a few glances towards the quiver when SH thought that no one was looking. Zoe nodded. Yes. There is nothing left us to do besides saving Lady Artemis. The Ophiuchorus is safe with Poseidon. Can you acquire transportation for us please? Thalia nodded. On it. She headed over to the nearest car and began picking the lock. We're early by demigod standards, Percy remarked. Typically, we're only supposed to arrive at the last minute. But a full day? The winter solstice isn't until tomorrow. It's unthinkable, Zoe agreed. I mean, is it just me, or is this a little too easy? We didn't even have a near-death experience yet on this quest. Bianca blinked. Do you want a near-death experience? No, of course not, Percy replied. But it scares me when we have had none. It makes me think that all of our bad luck is being saved up and will be unleashed all at once at the very end. Zoe tilted her head. Considering the fact that we'll have to fight the general, it's not a bad prediction. Percy winced. Right. How strong is Atlas, really? Bianca asked. Zoe hesitated. He's the second strongest Titan after the Titan Lord himself. We just have to pray to the gods that he'll be prideful enough to not enter his divine form for mere mortals. Oh yeah. If we even look at him, then we'll disintegrate. Percy was interrupted by Zoe shaking her head. No. Atlas is a Titan. If he enters his divine form, then we'll disintegrate in his very presence. Naruto raised his eyebrows. An area of effect disintegration effect. Good luck, boss. Percy paled. What? Zoe nodded. We'll just have to rescue Artemis immediately and hope that she'll be able to fight him off. And that backup would come. Backup would be nice, Percy agreed bleakly. XXX, father, I'm not saying that you should go down there personally, Apollo paced around the throne room agitatedly. But at least toss down a few lightning bolts on Atlas. Zeus stared at him with an unimpressed stare. You know how I feel about interference in mortal affairs, damn it, this is no longer a mortal affair. This is Atlas. The general of the Titan army. Apollo threw up his arms. Do you honestly think Artemis and a few demigods would be able to stop him? Zeus crossed his arms. A god shouldn't do a hero's job for them. Saving Artemis isn't our duty, it's theirs. Apollo blinked. Father, Atlas once took on all 6 Elder Olympians and nearly won. Not my problem. You know the rules as well as I do. Obey them, Zeus commanded. Understand. There was a brief battle of wills. Zeus won, of course. He always did. One of the perks of having the Master Bolt right next to his throne. Fine, Apollo's form glowed golden before he entered his divine form. I'll do as you wish. But Apollo. Zeus called. What? Apollo snapped. Zeus's expression was stony and stern, but a small twinkle appeared in his electric blue eyes. While the god Apollo isn't allowed to do anything. Fred isn't a god, so he can do whatever he pleases. Not that I know who Fred is, of course. Apollo's eyes widened in shock before he grinned. Thank you, father. And then the twinkle was gone and Zeus was serious again. Now leave. I have an annual council meeting to prepare for, and it's going to be a massive pain. XXX Apollo materialized in San Francisco in his Fred form once more. He didn't really like going incognito, he preferred to expose his awesomeness to as many people as he could, but when he had to, he would. Apollo. Apollo whirled around, surprised that someone recognized him, then his breathing stopped. You. What are you doing here? How did you even know where I would appear? She laughed. You're as predictable as always, dear. Sit down. We need to talk. Apollo hesitated before shaking his head. Sorry, beautiful, but I can't. I have business to attend to, it's about Artemis. Apollo focused intently on the woman in silver. In which case, tell me everything. Selene. Selene nodded. It all started when I got a message from Prometheus.